Part 33. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 324. Tianhaiju really didn't hesitate at the moment. Seeing that Sakakibara Suzu insisted on blocking her, he stretched out his hand and was about to push her away. "Sister, why are you in such a hurry?" Before Amamai Kurayuri could reach out and push Sakakibara Suzu away, he heard a familiar voice coming from behind. She looked back following the sound and saw the 7 bright moons in the sky just walking up the stairs below. The wind behind her caused her flaxen hair to sway lightly. Sakakibara Suzu, who opened her hands, noticed that Juliuli turned back and couldn't help but poke her head out. When she looked at the person, she raised her eyebrows and her eyes became extremely unfriendly. "What, there's another one. The disciplinary committee member is also here? Why do things seem to be getting worse and worse?" After Kishano Sakai saw the third person appear, she was so panicked that she didn't know whether she should help Suzu-chan. "It's normal for me to come here." Amamai Nanamajetsu walked directly in front of Sakakibara Suzu and Amamai Kurayuri, and continued to say under the gaze of the two. "When Sister Chan was following my sister just now, shouldn't you be more surprised that I didn't appear in your sight?" Sakakibara Suzu was stunned for a moment, and then she figured out the reason. "Chi Minjio, you are actually following me. Aren't you following your sister too?" "I was." "All right." Amamai Kurayuri obviously didn't want to hear too much, she just wanted to go up and ask Sakakibara Raku about something. She took the initiative to interrupt Sakakibara Suzu and said solemnly to her again, "Suzuki, get out of the way, I don't want to attack you." "Then do it." Sakakibara Suzu raised her chin, raised her hands, straightened her waist and stood in front of her. "Quite stubborn. Don't give in. Then I can only apologize to you Ling after the matter is over." Tianhai Juliuli was really horny, and Tianhai Kaimingyu suddenly interrupted the two of them. "If I were my sister Chan, I would decisively choose to get out of the way when I'm here." When Sakakibara Suzu heard this, she was even more stunned on the spot. What does it mean? Chi Minjio was actually persuading him to let Juliuli go? It's simply outrageous. She kept looking left and right at the identical faces of the two sisters, her face full of suspicion and her voice a little unsure. "You? What do you mean? Chi Minjio, you are actually helping Juliuli to speak." There is also a hint of disbelief. "I'm not trying to help my sister, I'm just being truthful." Sakakibara Suzu couldn't hear Nanamai Minjio's answer. "Aren't you quarreling? Are you making up now?" "No. No." The two sisters spoke in unison, with slightly different tones. Tianhai Kaimingyu seemed to be stating the facts, while Tianhai Juliuli closed her eyes and spoke calmly, enduring the emotions that were about to burst out in her heart. After they each said the same answer, they all looked at each other subconsciously. Then decisively chose to turn his face to the side. This is not yet? Two tsunderies, right? You are all so ambiguous and you haven't reconciled yet." Sakakibara Suzu glared at Amamai Nanamajetsu. "Nane Maijutsu, your sister is going to take away your favorite. Can you tolerate this? How long have you been arguing before you reconciled?" Then he went to see Tianhai Juliuli. "Juliuli, your sister said so many outrageous things to you and kept kissing your boyfriend in front of you, so you just tolerate it?" "Are you kidding me?" Tianhai Kaimingyu calmly explained. "It's not what you think, Sister Chan. As I said just now, my sister and I have not reconciled. If you weren't there, why would you still help Juliuli to speak? You also want to go up to my brother. Sister Chan, you must understand that it's not me who is helping my sister to speak. It's just that with the same interests, my sister and I have the same goal." "Then you're still helping Juliuli?" Sakakibara Suzu resolutely said, "I don't care. Anyway, in my eyes, you two have reconciled, and the fact that Chi Minjio is helping Julie Yulai is the ironclad proof. I will risk my life today. If you want to go up to my brother today, unless you step over my corpse. Trample over it? Otherwise, I will absolutely, 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 absolutely never give way to you. Tian Haikimingyu held her forehead in disappointment and shook her head. Before my sister Chan said this, she had already said absolutely not many times. Definitely this time, Sakaki Harasuzu retorted. Not necessarily this time. Why not necessarily? Just because Sister Chan is standing on the same starting point as us, whether she likes us or not. Sakaki Harasuzu's purple pupils dilated. Nana Mingzuki, stop fooling me. How could I stand with you two? You have always fooled me before to help you do things and talk to you at Tianhai's house. Did I cheat on you, Sister Chan? Didn't you get any benefits that time? You forced it on me. Amamai Nanamayu didn't want to get too entangled with Sakaki Barasuzu on this matter. I don't have to go up to find my brother. I can even help my sister Chan stop my sister. Sakaki Barasuzu looked at Amamai Kuruori specifically. She originally wanted to force her way through, but at this time she actually suppressed her temper and did not lose her temper. Instead, she stayed there quietly and listened to the two people talking. Sakaki Harasuzu was a little frightened. Real. This was not because he was happy, but because he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat Julie Yulai later. She is usually so good at sports, so it would be good for several Chi Minjio who knows Kendo to help stop Julie Yulai. That's right, he promised Chi Minjio just to use her as a helper. It's definitely not because of greed for life or fear of death. But I want to know first, Sister Chan, what is your mood in stopping us here? I knew there were conditions. Sakaki Barasuzu curled her lips, but I can answer your question. It doesn't matter if you answer it. The reason for stopping you and Juliuri is also very simple. Your existence has already caused trouble to my brother's life. Since you like him, you shouldn't make my brother feel so uncomfortable. Tian Haikimingyu didn't have too many expressions. She hugged her chest and held her temples. Her sky-blue eyes stared at her and asked. Ling, is this really the reason why you are stopping us here? Well, that's not it. Isn't there a little bit of selfishness in it? Sakaki Harasuzu pouted, unhappy because everything was seen by this fox. Yes, so what? Everyone has selfish motives. Sister Chan, do you think you can sit back and relax by driving me and my sister away? Only on this point, Sakaki Harasuzu is quite confident. She happily raised her chin proudly. That's not it. Sister Chan is still the same Sister Chan. If it weren't for the seriousness of the current situation, Tian Haikimingyu felt that she. Never mind, it's quite interesting. Even if you drive away my sister and me, have you forgotten that there is still one person at home? You mean Yuki? Haha. After listening to this, Sakaki Harasuzu felt even happier. I almost wanted to laugh out loud. Puff. I thought you, the fox, had some clever tricks to fool me. It's nothing more than a plan to drive a wedge between each other. So cliché, so cliché. No, 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 you have to stop it, stop your smile. To show the good qualities of idols. Sakaki Barasuzu followed the example of Amamai Kuruori and smiled gently and kindly. Chi Minjio, when did you become such an idiot? I almost don't recognize you, ha ha ha, what about did I forget that there is someone else at home, ha ha, this divorce plan is too that what's up? Ahem. Okay, Chi Minjio, if you just want to use this to convince me, you don't need to go on. I will never be fooled by you. Tian Haikimingyu couldn't help but want to pinch her temples and shake her head. Stupid Sister Chan, really stupid Sister Chan. I don't know how she got to this point in the CEO circle. Didn't the sophistication of people in the professional world make her even a little bit smarter? I usually get so close to my sister-in-law. He didn't notice it at all. Forget it. Tian Haikiming's tone was full of helpless sighs. I'll just explain it clearly to my sister Chan. I'm afraid you will think of something wrong again. Don't you realize that Zhigzu likes your brother very much? I know, what's wrong? Yuki likes my brother very much. Sakaki Harasuzu was not surprised at all. She thought that Amami Nanami would be able to say something earth-shattering to her. Unexpectedly, this is all? I already knew it. Sakaki Harasuzu felt in her heart at this moment that her brother's bad idea had indeed worked. 79 and 2 foxes really mistakenly thought that Zhigzu liked my brother. And felt uncomfortable because of this, and couldn't help but want to talk to the two of them. But what do they know? Brother and Zhigzu are just acting on occasion. But to be honest, my brother and Yuki's acting look really similar. Brother knew that Julie Yuli was following behind, so what he did deliberately with Yuki was like killing 2 foxes. The two of them must be jealous of Yuki now. The two of them want to talk to their elder brother now. If that's the case, why don't you use Yuki to stimulate the two of them more? The two of them mistakenly thought that the relationship between Yuki and the elder brother was real, and secretly teased the elder brother, making them mistakenly believe that they had lost their status in the elder brother's heart. What a brilliant idea! The original depression in Sakaki Harasuzu's heart was swept away, and she was happy, so happy. No, you can't get carried away. We can't let Chi Minjiu and Julie Yuli, 2 big and small foxes, figure out the clues. So, Sakaki Harasuzu used her professional interpretation skills and pretended not to care. It's normal for Yuki to like my brother. My brother either makes fried ice cream for her every day, or takes her to tutor her in homework and occasionally helps Yuki make videos. How normal is it for her to like my brother? What's there to say? After Tian Haikimingyu heard this, she finally understood that Sister Zhang must have misunderstood something that caused her to be so confident. What a fool! I don't know what this idiot is proud of. Tian Haikimingyu resisted the urge to speak to her, calmed her voice, and said patiently. If Lingzhe knew about Zhigzu, did she confess her love to her brother in person? Is this happening? Sakaki Harasuzu really had no impression of this matter. I don't need to lie to you about this matter. My sister can also testify. Zhigzu not only confessed to my brother in person, but also played a song for him. Confess and play the guitar. Ah! She got it? Suddenly see the light. What was the name of that morning drama that Yuki was watching with him? She couldn't remember the name. But there was a confession scene in it. She still remembered what the male protagonist said to the female protagonist, I will cook for you all my life, so please stay with me. It was so boring. Confession. Then Yuki inexplicably fell in love with this passage and watched it for a long time until he finished the TV series. There is a scene in which he expresses his love for playing guitar and singing. What Chi Minjiu said probably refers to the one imitated by Yuki. What is this? Isn't this just a false confession that Yuki doesn't even know what he likes, just because he wants to eat? Kimingyu, it really doesn't work. Sakaki Harasuzu thought for a few seconds, raised her head, and said with a smile. Even so, I don't have to give in completely. Yuki doesn't understand the feelings in her heart, and it's normal to not understand what love is. For example, when I usually take her to watch TV, she will learn the lines in it. There is often something going on, I like you and I want to date you. And even if Yuki confesses to my brother, it's just because my brother's fried ice cream is delicious, it's just a confession to the fried ice cream. Tian Haikimingyu is very disappointed. I know what you are thinking, Sister Chan, but have you ever thought that that is just the beginning? All relationships develop from the initial understanding. Sakaki Harasuzu couldn't hear a word now. Huh? Then what? Then what? Fool. Even though Amami Nanamayu was in a stable mood, she couldn't help but look at Sakaki Harasuzu with the look of a fool. Sister Chan, there is really no hope. Amami Nanamayu went back to take a look at Amami Kuruori, and found that she also looked helpless and didn't think Sakaki Harasuzu could listen to what the two said. Seeing that she had stopped speaking, Sakaki Harasuzu continued. I know what you want to say. It's just that my brother and Yuki have had too much contact, and the two of them will like each other. It's not that I don't know about this matter. After all, my brother told me personally. He said between you and Julie Yulai, life is too tiring. How can Yuki be better? She is quiet and has no excessive thoughts about Yuki. As long as you give her something to eat, she will be very obedient. Oh. Don't tell me that I like Yuki, even I like Yuki very much. Who wouldn't like such a well-behaved child? Of course Sakaki Harasuzu knows that my brother will not really like Yuki, and Yuki will not really like my brother. The two of them are sworn brothers and sisters who are much more real than sisters. Give up. Nanami gave up using this method to make Sakaki Harasuzu get out of the way, and asked why she gave up. It's just because my sister is hopelessly stupid. She wants to believe that Sakaki Raku only has a good impression of Yuki, but how Yuki treats Sakaki Raku. As Aunt Azusa said, no one can tell what the outcome will be. She now dares to conclude that Sister Chan's next step is to take the initiative to move the position behind her and agree to let her and her sister go up the mountain to find Raku Sakakibara. Suzu Sakakihara hugged her bare breasts with both hands and said. But now I suddenly changed my mind. I figured it out and I can let you go now. As for why she did this, that was just because she wanted to use the fake show between her brother and Zhigzhu to make herself and her sister retreat from difficulties. But no matter what, this is no different from the ending I imagined. I also have too many things I want to ask Sakakihara Raku. We must hurry up the mountain. Don't ask me why. I know now how happy and loving my brother and Yuki are. The two of you going up are just adding more beautiful scenery to the two of them. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you and Yuki. Julie Yulai looked sad. After all, she is an abandoned woman, haha. Sakaki Harasuzu raised the corner of her mouth. Tianhai Julie Yulai couldn't bear to see it from a distance. Ling, actually thinks so. But it is true that there are still too many unclear attitudes between brother and Zhigzhu. If I don't communicate with him face to face, I won't be able to find out the reason. Therefore, we must hurry up. If it weren't for Chi Minjiu who seemed to know something from behind, and she needed this information, she would have gone up by herself. Okay. Sakaki Harasuzu took the initiative to move away from the stairs leading up the mountain and stood next to a bush swaying in the sea breeze. I will definitely not stop you, two of you, please. After she got out of the way, the two Tianhai sisters continued to chase upward without any hesitation. Suzuki-chan. Kishano Sakai, who had been watching the whole process, couldn't help but approach Sakaki Harasuzu. Is what you said just now really okay? Of course, my brother and Yuki are just having fun together. Otherwise, why would they be so close while shopping? Sakai Kishano didn't know what to say. Let's go up too. Don't look at Chi Minjiu Julie Yulai who was so calm just now and can coexist peacefully. As long as they appear together in front of my brother, they will definitely make an earth-shattering noise. Let's go and add fuel to their fire. Let's go. This thing will burn more intensely. But nothing to worry about, let's go. After Sakaki Harasuzu finished speaking, she directly grabbed Tiano, who obviously wanted to say something else, and followed the steps of Nanamayu and Jurili above. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 325. Chapter 322 Tianhai Zhigzhu's unforgettable school trip to Hawaii, 9, Additional update. So, did you know something about Chi-Chi when you were following me? On the cement steps next to the Diamond Head volcano, Tianhai Julie Yulai reached out and pressed down the flaxen hair that fell over her shoulders. She turned her head and looked at her sister, who had the same face as herself, walking beside him. "Sister, what do you think?" Tianhai Kaimingyu answered, but did not look back, staring at the steps, climbing up the stairs step by step. There are some weeds growing around the steps and gravel is scattered all over them. Meet ant. It seems. Tianhai Kaimingyu looked at Tianhai Julie Yulai, whose back was reflected by the low bushes. "Sister is not too stupid." "Kyo, I'm not in the mood to argue with you now." Tianhai Kaimingyu withdrew her gaze again. "Sister, she just said that because she wanted to get information out of me. This is what I deserve. I will help you attract her, and you will be responsible for tracking the ant behind you. Didn't my sister benefit from it? Didn't you benefit from it in July? It's like I swallowed it all." During the conversation, the two sisters got into an inexplicable dispute. Both of them avoided their sight. After a while of silence, Tianhai Kaimingyu was the first to speak. "Judging from the exchange with my aunt, Zhixu has a tendency to rely on her brother in that direction. Isn't this what Brother Simple did to stimulate us?" "Have no idea." "I don't know." "What do you mean?" "This is not something you can say in July. I can only say that the relationship between the two must be wandering between true and false. My sister-in-law's feelings are true, and my brother is not sure yet." Chi Minjiao said so. Tianhai Julie Yulai also realized the seriousness of the problem. She looked at her sister, as if she had telepathy, and gradually understood her inner feelings and thoughts at the moment. "You mean, if we leave it alone, Shue's feelings are likely to escalate further?" Tianhai Kaimingyu responded with silence. "Can the family accept it?" Tianhai Julie Yulai didn't want to believe it. "My sister seems to have made a mistake. Ling won't accept it, my father won't accept it, and my brother won't accept it either. But is it important to my sister? It's not like you don't understand Zhixu's character. Besides, it's not like you don't know that Aunt Zi is trying to set up your sister intentionally or unintentionally. Brother, what's Lejun's attitude? That's why I went up and asked." Asterisk. The top of the Diamond Head volcano, which looks like a royal lily leaf, is 232 meters above sea level. As a mountain at this height, it naturally cannot be considered outstanding. But this is Hawaii, an island in the Pacific Ocean. Standing at an altitude of 232 meters, looking down, the sea is blue, vast, and curved at the end of the line of sight. In the distance, that should be the sea level, showing a beautiful arc of the horizon. Standing on the top of the mountain, the sea breeze seemed even stronger. For the rest of the way, Raku Sakakibara carried the snow of Tenkai all the way up the mountain. "You are willing to come down now?" "In no mood." "Don't want to come down yet?" "This is very comfortable." Tianhai Zhixu's expression was as usual, with beautiful eyes and dull, emotionless features like a cat. She rested her head on Sakakibara Raku's shoulder. "Of course you feel comfortable like this. You don't have to do anything, just hold my neck and go up the mountain." "Are you uncomfortable?" "It's not uncomfortable, but I will be tired if I carry people up the stairs for half an hour." The snow in Tianhai came down, and it came down very quickly. She walked around to Sakakibara Raku and looked sideways at him. That cute face. At this moment, Sakakibara saw his own look in her eyes. Sakakibara Raku was very happy. Because Zhixu began to learn to be considerate and take care of others. "After hearing that I may be uncomfortable, I will take the initiative to reduce the burden on others." "Ellie, squat down." "What?" "Carried me. If you change your position, you won't feel uncomfortable." "Okay, what I just said." Gondu Sakakibara Raku never said that. But when Yuki asked him to memorize it again, he didn't refuse. I want to ask why you don't refuse. Sakakibara Raku could only say that Yuki was very light on his back. Carrying a sister who trusted her brother like this, walking step by step to the top of the mountain, and feeling the cool sea breeze blowing, shouldn't be too comfortable. The sea laps against the coconut palm-lined shore. The wind blew the hair on his forehead, disturbing his vision. Step by step on the gravel on the mountain, follow the crowd along the bush path to the highest point of the volcano. Yuki Sakakibara shouted to the girl on his back. Yes, she responded softly. I don't know why, but when I carry you, I always think of the time when I carried Aling. Do you know what it felt like when I carried Aling up the mountain when she was 3 years old? Have no idea. Sakakibara glanced at the backs of a few hikers walking in front and smiled. What I feel most deeply is the feeling of her small hands holding my neck, and the feeling of her small weight pressing on me. Just like I am carrying you now, I carry her slowly, slowly, walking towards the top of the mountain step by step. She talked to me in my ear, telling me that I seemed to see some terrible monster in the woods over there, and said that there were many scarabs, which are ladybugs, on a certain leaf. I carried her on the mediocre mountain road that I had walked countless times, but in her eyes, it seemed that the whole world was novel and full of freshness. She is smiling, happy, delighted, and curious. And I am the brother who is responsible for taking her to see these new things. I am also the person she needs to rely on to carry her step by step towards the top of the mountain. The feeling of her putting all her weight on me, calling me brother on my back, excitedly shouting, "Look over there," is indescribable. At that time, I deeply felt the emotion of being her brother. She could be so happy and curious on my back. I really felt a feeling of happiness and satisfaction. Raku Sakakibara paused for a moment when he said this. He didn't know how Amaminewa Yuki behind him felt after hearing this, and whether he could understand it, but he still wanted to put his heart into his heart while stepping on the gravel step by step. Express your feelings completely. I am carrying my sister, the sister who is willing to be close to me and rely on me. I'm carrying my younger sister, and I've watched her being born since she was little, and then gradually growing up to be as tall as my shoulders. I am carrying my younger sister, who has played with me since childhood, and will cry if I accidentally take something from her. I am carrying my younger sister. The younger sister who is always scolded by her father and then hides in my arms for comfort. We are connected by blood, and we are born with an indescribable closeness. I am really happy to be able to carry her like that and watch her smile silly on me. Sakakibara smiled happily, pulled out the memory, and then continued to say to Amaminezuki behind him. Yuki, the way you look today reminds me of this feeling of déjà vu, but I seem to have forgotten it for a long time. I went out with you and took you to eat mug pancakes and macadamia nuts for the first time. Syrup, eating coconut meat, eating coconut rice. Take a bus together, watch the indigenous people dance in amazement on the bus, watch the huge sharks in the aquarium together, walk around the streets full of snacks and watch you eat with your mouth full. They are all coconut meat and coconut flavor. Obviously it's just an ordinary trip, and the description is ordinary, but what I see in your eyes is like entering another world. I still remember the way you lay in the window looking at something. Oh, and the way you leaned against the car window to watch the local dance, and when you saw the hammerhead shark swimming above your head, you were so nervous that you couldn't help but pinch me. The look of the hands. Yuki, is this your first time traveling away from home today? Did you have fun? Happy. Tianhai's Higsu stayed for a long time, then nodded gently on his back, and slowly hugged him tighter with her petite arms. Thank you, Ellie. Sakaki Hararaku felt very relieved when he heard her thanks and felt her clinging and closeness. He was joking and casually asked the girl behind him. Yuki, you have amnesia. You won't forget this day, right? It will be remembered for a lifetime. Sakakibara joked again, I heard from Grandpa that your condition has been unstable since childhood. I even forgot about who took you to dye your hair a few days ago. Won't forget it? Sakakihara hugged her tighter, and quickly comforted her. Okay, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Happy. I am not kidding. I believe it, I believe it. I feel like I don't believe it. Do you think my answer was perfunctory? But I really want to believe it. Why? Because, from the time I met you, Zhigzhu, you have memorized every rule you told me very well, right? Tianhai Zhigzhu completely lost his voice. Sakakihara Raku didn't expect that what he said would actually make Zyuki feel heavy. He doesn't really want this and wants to try to make a change. Sakakihara took the initiative to look at the final point on the top of the mountain. There was a long way from here to there. How about I take you running up there? What? How about I carry you on my back and take you through the last part of the run? In the past, when I carried a Ling on my back, she always liked to call me to charge during the last part of the run. Tianhai Zhigzhu didn't quite understand why he had to run in the end. Sit tight. Without waiting for her response, Sakakibara directly held her thighs and lifted her behind her back, and then told her to hug her neck tightly and stick to her back. Let's go. Tianhai Zhigzhu hugged his neck tightly. Look ahead and step out with your right foot. Sakakibara was happy to run on the top of the mountain full of sea breeze and the sky high and the sea wide. The two figures passed each other along the way. The Hawaiian sea breeze blew past his ears, and his body was shaking slightly with his footsteps. The moment he started running with her, everything seemed to be quiet in the snow in the sky. On the top of the mountain, under the sky, seagulls were flying and chirping at the end of the world. In her eyes, it seemed that she could only see the swaying patches at the end of the front. They are trees, bushes, and half of the sky covered by a stone platform. The bright sunlight shines directly down from the dense leaf gaps on the side, shining light between the leaves, flickering and passing around. It was obviously so dazzling and eye-catching, but at this moment Tianhai Zhigzhu seemed to only feel his running, his breathing, and the real peace of mind conveyed from behind him. We're here, look. Look over there. Yuki, look over there. He said this below. Tianhai Zhigzhu couldn't help but look up and forward. The trees beside him had disappeared, replaced by a giant biological community that suddenly jumped out from the sea in the distance. They were on the sea. Huge waves surged out and fell straight from the clouds, illuminating the colorful bright sunshine above the azure ocean in front of them. Unparalleled shock. What is that? The girl's heart, which had been numb for a long time, suddenly trembled wildly. The whale community, as well as the waves and rainbows they jumped out of, Raku Sakakihara, who stopped as the sea breeze blew over his face, couldn't help but smile and exclaimed, I'm so lucky. It's rare to see whales turn over. Several couple tourists who arrived here earlier than others couldn't help but booed and stood watching with their hiking poles, admiring the breathtaking scenery on the sea level in the distance. Amami Nazuki stood up on Sakakihara Raku's body in a daze. She opened her eyes wide and stared at the unprecedented scenery ahead with light in her eyes. She only felt like her chest was touched by something. She couldn't tell what she felt. She just involuntarily grabbed the clothes on Sakakihara's back and looked into the distance with him. At this moment, one whale after another kept raising white waves on the sea surface, and one after another brilliant rainbow appeared one after another. This huge vitality that can only appear in the sea eliminates the fatigue in the heart and makes people not only feel that even if they climb here for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, they will not feel the slightest regret. This is the first time Tianhai Zhigzhu has seen the best gift sent by nature in such a vast world. Shocking. It was also my first time to see a pod of whales. It's so beautiful. Tianhai Zhigzhu subconsciously stretched out her hand into the air, as if to grasp the rainbow and the whales in the distance. She was indescribably excited, but underneath her excitement, she was unable to express her feelings at the moment due to her character flaws. She just stayed there blankly on Sakakibara's back, squeezing the clothes on his back with both hands. Want to take pictures? Want? Then come down quickly, and all the whales will swim away later. Good. Amami Yuki hurriedly put her hands on his back, and Sakakihara Raku hurriedly took out the camera he had prepared in advance. I took one picture on the left and one on the right, but neither one was satisfactory. Zhigzu, come here, quickly. Time was very tight, so he asked Amami Nazuki, a girl in a dress wearing a sunflower straw hat, to stand on the right side of the photo, with her hands behind her back, contrasting with the sky, straits, green trees, sea, and whales on the left. The finished product is pretty good. Ellie also comes to shoot. Am I coming too? Before the whale swam away, Sakakibara quickly asked an empty-handed hiker to take photos of him and Yuki. The other party readily agreed and raised the camera. A little to the right, a little to the left. You don't have to stand so compactly. Get ready. After debugging for a long time, when the two people stood together, and at the surprising moment when a whale jumped out of the sea, the enthusiastic climber quickly pressed the shutter, leaving the most wonderful photo of the two people in front of him. Sakakibara Raku and Amami Yuki stood together. Raku Sakakihara smiled naturally while facing the camera. Yuki Amami held the hem of his clothes tightly with her little hands during the moment when the whale was leaping. In the frozen photo, the petite girl's hair and skirt were flying in the wind. She raised her head under the little straw hat and looked at his side face intently. Happy? What's wrong? This is the most beautiful view I've ever seen. That's good. Are you happy? Special, very happy. Haha, there's no need to stress it so much. Can you give me a copy of the real photo? I want to put it in the booklet Ellie gave me. Of course, this is a photo of us, not just me. I'll always remember it. It is true. Yeah, I believe it. Thank you, Ellie. You don't have to keep saying thank you. Thank you so much. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 326. Chapter 323 Here, things take a perfect turn for the Hawaii study trip. 10. Additional update. Yuki, starting from today, you will live in my room. My room is bigger. Yuki, this is the note I bought for you. If there is anything you need to remember in your life in the future, you can write it down yourself or ask me to help you write it down. Remember, keep it with you at all times. Yuki, I'm home, what do you want to eat? Fried ice cream again? But seeing that you want it so much, I'll make an exception for you. Yuki, you don't know how to make videos. I can still help you if needed. Yuki, this snow girl pottery doll suits you very well. It is my first little gift to you. Yuki? You still want to eat McDonald's? Let's go. After eating, I will take you to the aquarium. Yuki? Come here, I'll help you dry your hair. Yuki. Amami no Yuki was clearly following Sakakibara Raku, but a familiar voice kept lingering in her mind, heart, and body. They were like a ray of light shining into a dark little house, illuminating my body that had been curled up. They led me out of the room, opened the door with me, walked through the cold wind and snow, and carried me with me. See another world for yourself. Suddenly, Tianhai's Higsu realized that her hand had already pulled up a small hem of clothes. She raised her head, and what appeared in her eyes was a steady figure walking slowly in front, a gentle shoulder, and a person who could give her what she wanted as long as she called his name. Someone you can always trust and rely on. Happy. Huh? What's wrong? Can I have fried ice cream? It's okay tomorrow, but not today. You've eaten enough today. Happy. Sakakihara heard her weak cry again and turned around. Huh? What's wrong? Want to carry? Tired from walking again? Not tired. But Tianhai's Higsu hesitated to speak. Sakakihara couldn't see any emotion on her face, but unexpectedly he could detect an inexplicable emotion in her heart through her eyes that seemed to be flashing. This emotion is indescribable. But it makes people feel like their own sister desperately needs someone to hold her when she is crying. It makes people want to relent and agree. I understand. Then come up dash. Sakakihara Raku wanted to turn around and squat down, but was suddenly interrupted by Minazuki in the middle of the process. From behind, she wrapped her hands around her waist and hugged her body tightly. An inexplicable feeling in her heart prompted Tianhai's Higsu to clasp her hands firmly on his body. She put her face close and her chest close to his warm and solid back, wanting to melt her whole body. It's all here. I want him to respond to me. I want him to hold me. I don't want him to leave at all. Happy. For no reason, some tears left the corners of Tianhai's Higsu's eyes, wetting the clothes on his back. Although Sakakibara Raku could not fully feel what Amamiya Yuki was thinking or feeling at this moment. But just from the way she suddenly hugged her back tightly, everyone can understand that she is extremely grateful to herself at this moment. Sakakibara is very happy. On the one hand, he can be trusted and believed in so much. On the other hand, he can be so needed and recognized. For him, the things he does to Yuki are nothing more than small daily things. Even if you take her out to eat, take her out to play, take her up the mountain, and see the beautiful scenery of the whale leaping just now. It's just ordinary, everyday little things. But it was such small things that connected the relationship between himself and Yuki, building a beautiful thing called fate. From acquaintance to mutual acquaintance, then from mutual acquaintance to trust. Tianhai's Higsu, from the 3-no girl who didn't understand anything and had been silently enduring isolation and loneliness, gradually developed some feelings and gradually began to try and actively embrace some things. Maybe Yuki is really grateful that she can meet herself now, right? Sakakibara thought so in his heart. He stopped where he was and let the girl behind him hug him for a long time. Yuki. Are you happy to be here today? Sakakibara raised his head and glanced at the sun-dappled green leaves above his head. Happy, she replied in a low voice, even slightly choked. Since you are happy, shouldn't you be happier? Since you are happy, you shouldn't be like this. But I don't know either. The girl answered intermittently, and was sobbing a little. Sakakibara quickly softened her voice, closed her eyes, and said to the girl behind her. Okay, okay. If you can't say it, you don't need to say it. Sorry. No need to apologize. Many times Yuki's actions are louder than words. You are not good at expressing, but I understand that every detail of your actions reflects your thoughts. Yuki is a very good girl, and she may not need to eat so much. Well, maybe you don't need to dress so well. As long as you occasionally take the initiative to talk to her who has been huddled in a small room playing guitar, she will become very happy and satisfied. Happy. Okay, don't hold me so tight, I'll strangle you. Cheer up. Happy. Amamiya no Yuki relaxed her hands a little, and Sakakibara Raku took advantage of the gap to turn around and face her. At this time, if you look down slightly, you can see a little crystal light shining in the corners of her raised eyes. As I said, Yuki can always stay as a family dash. Before Sakakihara Raku finished speaking, he saw out of the corner of his eye Amamiya 7 moons and Amamiya 9 ruri coming from the side on the stairs. There was a certain distance between them, and they were walking towards each other neither fast nor slow. But obviously, both sisters discovered the situation on their side. Sure enough, it came. It was the same as a Ling and Aunt Zi had informed in advance. Happy. Just when Amami Yuki was wondering why Sakakibara Raku's words stopped abruptly, she raised her head from behind him and took another look at his face. The girl only had his look in her eyes. Yuki, don't talk yet. Look at me. Sakakibara Raku was not too surprised by the arrival of the two sisters. Instead, he felt that it was quite normal for the two sisters to come to see him today. How long has it been since they were forcibly separated and couldn't speak a word? Sakakibara Raku suddenly couldn't remember clearly. But what is certain is that Tianhai Kaimingyu and Tianhai Yuli both have a lot of questions they want to talk to themselves at this moment. In other words, they all find themselves with emotions. Do you still remember the arrangement Ling told you before? Well, in front of Xiaoqi and Xiaoju, you have to act very intimate. In order to ease the relationship between Xiaoqi and Xiaoju, because as long as you do this, the two of them will temporarily stop quarreling. As long as you understand, so. Sakakibara grabbed Amami Yuki's petite shoulders with both hands, his eyes suddenly widened, and even his voice stopped abruptly. Because before Tianhai's Higsu had finished speaking, he stood on tiptoes and kissed her lips directly. Unexpected. Sakakibara quickly pushed her away. Although it was only for a moment, when Sakakibara returned his gaze, her taste was still lingering on his lips. The little straw sunflower hat on her head fell behind her. Sakakibara was stunned when he saw her raising her face in front of her, breathing hot air, and her face was a little red. It wasn't just Raku Sakakibara who was stunned. Tianhai Yuli and Tianhai Kaimingyu, who had just walked not far away, were also stunned. Lejun. When Amami Kuruori came here, the first thing he noticed was none other than the Amami Yuki he was holding in front of Sakakibara Raku Shin. After not wanting to believe it, despite having imagined it. But she didn't expect that the two of them would kiss directly in front of her. Discomfort, pain, doubt, questions. All kinds of emotions are brewing in the heart, and all kinds of feelings are fermenting in the brain. Why are you holding Lejun like this? Why are you holding Lejun like this? Why kiss? Why did Lejun agree to her like this? What is Lejun's relationship with her now? Is what I saw in swimming lessons before true? There are so many questions to ask. There were so many questions that Tianhai Yuli staggered back, and her heart seemed to be pried together, leaking wind and exuding pain. If you say what makes you persist until now? After understanding that I was being used, being forced to be used as a tool by others, and being despised, I persisted until now. Then only Lejun. Even after stabbing herself with a knife, she still believed that Lejun's feelings for her were not false. But now. Sister, I think there are some things you don't even need to ask. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, a kiss is a kiss, and that's the truth. Does it feel uncomfortable? What does sister think? I don't think there's any need to say more. What does this mean? Have no idea. You don't even know about July. Isn't it the same for sister? The two sisters communicated almost silently. And then he didn't choose to escape, and walk straight towards the two people over there. Sakakibara was happy in his depression and watched the arrival of the two sisters gloomily. Amami Kuruori faced Sakakibara Raku, looking at him standing in front of her, trying her best to squeeze out a smile on her beautiful face. She used silence instead of asking. It's a smile that's both a willingness to believe and an inquiry. Amami Juri is taking this opportunity to hope that Sakakibara can give him a reasonable explanation. Explain. Sakakibara Raku understood the hint of Juliuli's expression. What Yuki did just now was indeed beyond his expectation. But the impression given to Sakakibara was that she didn't think much about it. When she heard the key word that she needed to be intimate with her, she kissed her without any thought. What a strange feeling. It feels like Yuki did it on purpose. It felt like she didn't do it on purpose. But in short, Sakakibara Raku is now facing Amamai Kuruori and Amamai Nanamajetsu, who are obviously questioning him. Alas, bad fate. Do you feel sorry for Liulai? Feeling distressed. She has been used too much and been led around too much. She is just a person who lacks love and is willing to work dozens of times for it. He is also the same person as himself. Sakakibara was happy in silence, and turned his attention to Tianhai Kaimingyu. Her face was cold, and her expression and hand movements were more calm than Julie Yulai's. But that's just her surface. Sakakihara understands her and understands that she also hopes that she can give an explanation for the current situation. But it is obvious that the two sisters are not reconciled at the moment and are in the same situation. Even though they have the same purpose and the same hostile goal, they still stand apart. But I don't know why, when I saw them like this. Sakakibara was so tired that he didn't want to give any explanation to Yuki's unthinking question just now. Perhaps it would be better not to accept it? Because the two sisters have the same goal, they will cooperate and their relationship will ease? Not sure. Sakakihara Raku did not take the initiative to explain. In the eyes of the Tianhai sisters, this is tantamount to acquiescence. Why? There is no reason. I don't want to explain what happened just now. If you want to get to the bottom of it, I can only say that things are not what you think. Tianhai Julie Yulai actually thinks that Li Jun's explanation is completely sufficient. Because according to Zhigzyu's character, she will be very proactive. And it's not like she doesn't know what kind of character Sakakibara Raku has. So nice to people. So good that many people will fall in love with him for no reason. These are all Yuki's active choices. At the same time that Tianhai Julie Yulai turned his gaze towards Tianhai's Zhigzyu, Tianhai Kaimingyu, who had a close connection with him, also looked at it. Both were calm. But this is already the result of complete hostility. Lejun. Sakakihara subconsciously protected Yuki behind him, raised his head, and asked directly without any nonsense, Luli, I want to ask you about something. Lejun said. How is your relationship with Kyo now? As always. Do you still blame me for what happened before? It's weird. Tianhai Julie Yulai struggled for a while and replied to him, but it's not weird. It's not that I can't understand Li Jun's thoughts, nor can I understand Chi-Chi's mood. I know you guys have reasons for everything, and I didn't do it before. I lied to my brother. But in my heart, I still feel very uncomfortable with what happened that day. Understood. Li Yulai now is a complex of contradictions. With no one to guide her and being betrayed one after another, she could not completely let go of her feelings. Can understand. After all, Julie Yulai could stab herself and even plan to commit suicide. What else could make her emotions rise and fall more violently than this? It's already pretty good that she can stand here calmly without having an attack. Sakakibara said seriously. Luli, it's because Kyo stole your affection, and I'm not willing to give up on her. That's why you feel so uncomfortable, right? Yes. Before I tell you, have you seen any clues about Chi-Chi? Yes, but I won't think about it that way. I believe in Lejun, just like I am willing to believe in Lejun's explanation now. So, when I tell you seriously, even though your relationship with Kyo has eased a lot, you still can't help but run away, right? Yes. I don't deny that my scumbag behavior is very bad. This is a choice I made myself. Of course you can hate me and stay away from me, but I still want to ask, do you understand my thoughts now? Tianhai Julie Yulai also replied, Understood. What do you think of this? Tianhai Julie Yulai, Lejun. Is just tied up by Kyo's feelings. Kyo took advantage of Lejun's soft heart, so Lejun agreed to her like that. Tisk. Tianhai Kaimingyu, who had been listening to this all the time, felt very uncomfortable when she heard this, and immediately wanted to explain, "Sister, you don't need to do this at all." Sakakibara stretched out his hand and interrupted her seriously. "Don't talk in Kyo, I'm asking Li Yulai." Tianhai Kaimingyu remained silent. Sakakibara looked at Tianhai Jurili again. "So, Li Yulai, the way you choose is to start a fight with Kyo, and it's completely fine as long as you let her let go." "Yes." Kyo, Sakakibara looked at Nanamai again, his eyes lingering on her delicate little nose for a moment. "What are you thinking now?" Tianhai Kaimingyu folded her hands on her chest and closed her eyes. "I can't accept my sister's evaluation of me, even if I doubt myself." "Then what method did you choose?" "My sister gives up the fight. She apologizes to me, and I won't give in to my sister. It's best for her to give up, otherwise I will persist until she gives up." "Very good. It seems that the situation between the two sisters has not eased at all. It even deepened a bit because of meeting each other." "Tired?" "Very tired. Chi Minjiao and Julie Yulai are both very proud and excellent people in terms of personality. Want them to bow their heads? Try to suppress them with your own strength. But who can be better than them? Who can be more charming than themselves? Even if they are sitting in the position of Mr. Tianhai now, the two sisters will still have the unyielding will to resist for the bottom line in their hearts, and would rather die than compromise. Just like they did against the father of the family. Try to influence them with love? It's useless, it's still useless. Their contribution equals 100%. It is impossible for them to compromise when they only give half of their feelings." "What did you mean by what you just said in July?" "What do you mean? Don't you understand, sister? You just got your feelings through charity." "Me? I wasn't like this, at least at the beginning. And in Kyo, you have been relying on Lejun's charity. Sister, do you really have the nerve to say that this initial opportunity was not ruined by your sister? Isn't that just for you in July? Then I didn't do that for you, sister. Here we go. It started again. Enough." Sakakibara stopped the quarrel between the two. He held his forehead and shaved his face with his palm, and then said to the two sisters, "Let's do this. If you want to continue to quarrel, I can call my uncle to Hawaii and continue the quarrel. Let him listen to the two of you continuing to argue. As for me, I will take Yuki down the mountain first. How about that?" Dot. Dot. When the two sisters heard this, they fell silent. Because when Sakakibara said this, he also pulled Amamai Yuki to his side, as if he was going to go down the mountain immediately. Sakakibara obviously wanted to speak, but hesitated. "Forget it, anyway, I understand that you two can't let go of your thoughts. Then I don't have anything more to say. Yuki, let's go down the mountain and leave them alone." "Individual." Yeah, Amamai Nazuki didn't say much, but after Sakakibara left, she followed him in 2 steps, came to his side and followed him quietly. "Lejun, then I dash." Sakakibara ignored Julie Yulai and walked down the mountain step by step with Tenkai no Yuki. Originally it was just an ordinary figure from behind, but in Tianhai Julie Yulai's eyes at this moment, this is undoubtedly an opportunity that he is unwilling to give himself. This feeling was coupled with the scene where I just saw Raku Sakakibara and Yuki Amamai kissing each other. The emotions she had suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out. "Lejun." Sakakihara Raku did not stop walking. "Lejun." Still not. "Lejun." Tianhai Julie Yulai looked at his retreating back, as if he felt further and further away from her in her heart, becoming increasingly blurry. It was like the way the mother, the only mother who still loved me when she was a child, entered the computer with her suitcase and disappeared into the sky. Her throat rolled, and she shouted 3 times in a row at the top of her lungs before she stopped calling him. The unknown people near the trail all looked around, curious about what was happening here. Sakaki Hararakia stopped, finally willing to wait for her to speak. Even you, Lejun, are you going to give up on me? Sakaki Hararaku. Elder sister. Hearing this, Tianhai Kaimingyu's heart trembled. This was pain and discomfort that was completely not his own. Such a mood made her subconsciously take a look at Tianhai Juliuli. Now, she suddenly realized that there were tears in the corners of her sister's eyes and her voice was completely out of shape. Even Lejun, are you going to give up on me? Tianhai Juliuli asked again, weeping. Amamai Nanamajetsu dared to conclude that as long as Sakaki Bararaku replied yes at this time, her sister would turn around and run towards the cliff behind, and no one could stop her. Won't. The simple thing is that my brother is not unaware of this. His words gave people a sense of affirmation, at least, which could calm my sister's emotions. Tianhai Kaimingyu's eyes stared at the face that was exactly the same as his own, the face that was stained by tears. I couldn't help but ask myself. Do I really want my sister to reach this point? Why couldn't I be my sister's support? Is it because I have been chasing the past, because I have a goal, and my sister has always lived in her mother's expectations? But no matter. What Tianhai Kaimingyu knows is that she doesn't want the sister with whom she once had a happy time to turn around and run away into the distance, never to see her shadow again. I am just not convinced by what my sister said to me. I am not convinced by my sister who wants to deprive me of my only persistence. Ask why. Tianhai Kaimingyu could only answer that Tianhai Juliuli was his twin sister. Tianhai Juliuli tugged at the placket on her chest, then Lejun, why don't you want to listen to what I have to say more? Every time you and Chi Minjiao meet, they always quarrel in front of me. Chi Chi and I. Aren't we all doing this for you? Feel sorry. Why? Luli, things are very clear. Sakakibara's tone was also helpless. He didn't want to let anyone down, but Nehi Kyo and Liuli both needed themselves. This is the choice now. If you can't accept it, of course you can choose to leave you. Since I chose to go with Kyo, fight, Kyo, and you at least have to fight where I can't see you. If I am caught between you two, I will only be in a dilemma. In this state, I can't give you what you want. Tianhai Kaimingyu didn't speak during the whole process, but her mood at the moment was the same as that of her sister beside her. To a certain extent, he didn't say it out loud, and he was just using his sister's inner words to question Sakaki Bararaku. She suddenly realized that this kind of fight was just about arrogance, and no one could win over anyone else's arrogance. He is the culprit who only pushes Sakaki Hararaku into the arms of others. Sister needs to think about it. You need to think about it yourself too. If this goes on, things will only go from bad to worse. Okay. Okokok. Amid smiles and applause, Azusa Amamai walked over with a smile and Sakaki Harasuzu and Sakai Chitano following behind. To be precise, several people met on the road and then converged here. As an outsider, Kateno Sakai felt deeply frightened when she saw the hell-like atmosphere in front of her. As for Sakaki Harasuzu, as soon as she came up, she saw the two sisters looking like they were about to fight with their brother. What's going on here? Yuki and brother kissed? Why can't I suppress my emotions all of a sudden? Okay. Tianhaiza walked up to Tianhai Juliuli, and while handing her a wet tissue to wipe her tears, he stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms and hugged her, letting her head rest on his neck and sobbing twice. Okay, Liuli, don't be so emotional. Things always have to be resolved. It's normal for everyone to have opinions and differences. Who doesn't want to have a happy ending? Probably this action made Tianhai Julie Yulai feel at ease. Her mood calmed down a lot after a while. While Azusa Amamai was holding Amamai Kuruori, she also said something to Raku Sakakibara. The same goes for Xiao. Why are you acting so ruthless? It's not like you don't like Li Yulai. Alas, luckily I have my sister-in-law to help adjust it. Sakakibara didn't know what to reply. He just understood that the current relationship between several people would inevitably lead to such a contradictory situation. Sooner or later. To say that Li Yulai's emotions often explode and she hates her? Not really. Li Yulai is a good girl. Sakaki Hararaku still remembers the hand-knitted gloves he gave to her. It was in winter, and because her hands didn't fit well, she was still blushing and shyly said to herself, "Sorry, I'm a bit stupid." Full of sweetness. Not to mention that she was busy helping her pack her things and organize her clothes. She wanted to do as much as possible for herself what she needed her to do. Sakaki Hararaku doesn't want to forget the scene at all. She also didn't want to feel angry and uncomfortable. It's just that from her standpoint, she hopes she can be taken seriously. You can understand if you put yourself in someone else's shoes a little. No one wants their beloved wife to be taken away by another man, right? The reason why Li Yulai is so excited now is because her experience has caused her to be extremely insecure. No matter how strong she is, she always needs someone to rely on in her heart. For this support, she will give 1000% of her seriousness. This is the most heart-wrenching and endearing thing about Li Yulai. Luli, it's okay, don't be sad, my aunt is here. Aunt Zi, I'm just. I understand. You do so much just because you want Xiao to recognize you and believe in you. As for not wanting your feelings to be taken away, that is a psychological plot that everyone will have. There is no problem. Li Yulai is not at fault. Everyone, it will always be like this. Tianhaiza pressed her neck against Tianhai Julie Yulai's head, holding her tight shoulders up and down while speaking softly to her. This scene lasted for a long time. Many people who were curious about watching the show lost interest and continued watching. Tianhaiza saw that Tianhai Julie Yulai had consumed too much of her emotions, so he said to her softly. Of course I can understand Li Yulai's mood. After all, I am the one who has listened to so many of your stories. I didn't know that this kind of thing existed in France before. Your mother is going too far. Are you feeling better? Yeah, that's better. Tell Auntie if you still like Xiao Le. Already, more than just like it? I understand, there are still many emotions in it, right? Xiao will also support you to know your own life goals and support you to become independent. He takes care of you so much. He is a very good person. But well, as a boyfriend, he's a bit of a scumbag. Yet Tianhai Julie Yulai responded gently. Tianhaiza continued, Luli definitely doesn't want Xiao Le to be in trouble, right? It's just that when facing Chi-Chi, you have to confront her, otherwise you will be surpassed by her, and Xiao Le will leave you sooner or later. Tianhaiza looked at Tianhai Kaimingyu on the side again, is it the same in July? Yes, she replied simply and quickly. You see, you two sisters have the same starting point. You both want to stick to your own perseverance, and you both want the people you like to greet you head on. You are twins, not to mention that Aunt Zi still knows about you. There is some kind of empathy or something like that. So, none of you actually want Xiao to be in trouble, right? Where's July? That's right, Tianhai Kaimingyu replied, crossing her arms. Tianhaiza continued to speak into Li Yulai's ear, so, you don't want Xiao Le to be embarrassed, and you don't want to push Xiao Le away. How about thinking about it from Xiao Li's perspective? Sakaki Harasuzu stepped in and raised her hand, I'll tell you this. Tianhaiza smiled, Xiaoling, please tell me. Sakakibara Suzu looked around at the two Tianhai sisters. I would like to ask, did you get emotional rewards from my brother? Did you use your actions and feelings again and again to get my brother to agree to you? My brother is a scumbag, but most people part of it is also the reason why you two sisters have been asking for his affection. Amami Nanami did not give up thinking. She asked Amami Azusa and Sakakibara Suzu. So, what is the purpose, or goal, of what Aunt Zi said? Xiaoqi, you are always so impatient, Tianhaiza said, but it's okay to tell you directly. I just want to say that it's okay to have conflicts between you and Julie Yulai, but you really shouldn't make them so big. The bigger the conflict becomes, the more the family will know. You see, doesn't Grandpa know about your affairs? When Sakakihara heard this, he frowned again. Grandpa knew? Isn't it just Uncle who knows about a few people? Didn't Uncle help hide it? Tianhai Julie Yulai left Tianhai's arms. I understand. Auntie wants me and Kyo to not quarrel so fiercely and powerfully. That's right. What's wrong with this? You must know that this matter you are dealing with is an emotional matter. Feelings can easily be dominated by feelings. If feelings suddenly break out, it will lead to terrible things that will be regretted for life. Tianhai Kaimingyu does not deny this. But as my aunt said, the fundamental contradiction has not been resolved at all. Solution? Why fundamental solution? Xiaoqi, you have read so many books, don't you still understand? Many conflicts cannot be resolved overnight. If everyone could figure out a solution in an instant and get it immediately solution, then why are there still thousands of years of war in this human world? The 7 bright moons in the sky are thoughtful. There have been wars in every dynasty in history, but why did it eventually return to peace? Because people always believe in hope and believe that life will return to peace. This thing must be done step by step, explored and developed slowly. Not to mention and it's not a life and death war between Li Yulai, you don't want the other person to end up dead, right? Neither of them spoke back. In this case, you put down some of your pride. Also try to get in touch with each other. In daily life, find out what you think is valuable about each other. Didn't you two sisters have a very good relationship before? Why are they so bad now? Isn't it because you have been stuck in an atmosphere of fighting, causing emotions to accumulate? Don't say that contradictions can't be adjusted. What can't be adjusted? Human history, the culture that has evolved over tens of thousands of years, has always been exploring how to find true peace. Tianhaiza laughed and put his hands together with a pop sound. So, I would like to suggest here. At this moment, you two sisters have a temporary truce, so that everyone can spend a more relaxed time with each other. Maybe you will accidentally find a shining point to let go of your conflicts. Don't blindly let go of your emotions. Let's just fight, okay? No one knew how to reply to Tianhai's words. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't make sense. Blindly burying emotions in a negative state will only increase and become more and more fierce. It's like a chain of revenge that never ends. Since neither Tianhai nor the two sisters want to kill each other, Tianhai's idea is undoubtedly the most suitable for their current situation. That is to say, no one's interests are given up, no one's interests are broken, and everyone can gain temporary cultivation in it. It's simply a win-win situation. In this way, several people discussed it for a long time with a calm mind. In the end, only Tianhai's proposal was the most appropriate result of the discussion. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sakakihara Suzu was a little happy, but also a little unhappy because this meant that the fox could cultivate and recuperate again. But she didn't want the two of them to disappear. It's so confusing. She decided not to think about it and faced them with a normal attitude. Kateno Sakai just thinks that teacher Azusa is so awesome that she can actually find a balance point in this situation, allowing everyone to discuss it calmly. You know, the moment she came up, she just felt that she was completely dead in that situation. Okay. Since everyone unanimously agrees with this suggestion, let's go down the mountain. Today there will be a reward distribution event after the event. Not to mention there will be a bonfire barbecue in Hawaii, which makes me happy. The matter seems to have come to an end for now. Tianhaiza walked last, letting a few juniors go first, while he secretly motioned for Yuki to come to him. Then after observing that the two sisters, the Sakakibara brothers and sisters, and Sakai Chitano did not notice him, he walked down the stairs and asked Amamai Yuki. Have you kissed Xiao? Kissed. Have you been seen by Xiaoqi and Xiaoju? Saw it. What do they think? Have no idea. Then, did they not blame Le? Oh, Tianhaiza smiled, patted his sister on the back, and nodded to himself, that's good, that's good. Although the plan has some deviations, it is still proceeding in the original direction. The scene was saved, even better than I expected. Now, Xiao Le must have deliberately revealed that sentence just now and started to wonder why the old man didn't take care of him more, right? If there are no problems in the follow-up, Xiaoki and Xiaoju will also find out what the old man is thinking, and then ease the relationship slightly and focus all their attention on Yuki. Then they have a common enemy. Everything is unknown. Tianhaiza couldn't help but feel excited and happy when he thought about what might happen next. The old man has always ordered himself to grow up by being restrained and dogmatic since he was a child, but now he can finally be like his elder brother and launch the sword of rebellion against the old man. Why should Xiaoki and Xiaoju be injured? Why should everyone live their lives the way you do, old man? Why can't everyone have a happy ending? Tianhaiza has always believed that he can repay what the old man taught him. If the old man is dissatisfied, he can repay him. Who told him to always act like the head of the family, harshly criticizing himself, saying that he didn't look like a daughter of the Tianhai family? She also has to arrange a marriage for herself and marry a man she doesn't love. Slightly. Who cares about your old man's arrangement? After returning to China, he arranged tasks for himself and tried to seduce me with benefits. The temptation was quite tempting, but as expected, it was more interesting to imitate my elder brother. And after Xiao Le became the head of the family, wouldn't he be able to get away with it? He is still Xiao Li's biggest helper, the founding prime minister. Wouldn't it be possible to be more generous and have no scruples? When Tianhaiza thought of this, he couldn't help but feel proud and hummed a song. Elder sister. Hum. Sister, what are you laughing at? Interesting things that will definitely make you happy in the future, Yuki. For this reason, you should listen to your sister's advice in the future. Okay, as long as it's not something I'm unhappy with, I can agree to it. You. Tianhaiza smiled and flicked her sister's forehead, then continued to walk down the stairs, facing the sea breeze blowing from the coast. Now I can't even say 3 sentences without Xiao Le. The music is really good. I know. Don't you care that he likes Xiaoqi and Xiaoju? Don't care. My Yuki is still generous enough. I'll give you a barbecue when I get back. Le said not to eat too much today. You, forget it, the sea breeze is cool enough. Tianhaiza laughed again, hugged his head with his hands behind his back, followed the steps of the people in front, and continued walking under the volcano amidst the sound of waves coming from the coconut trees. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 327. Chapter 324, The School Trip to Hawaii where Kiju is officially in crisis, 11, 2,000 words added. 3 bonfires were burning on the beach. The fiery red light illuminated the figures of the students. The shadows underfoot swayed in the night wind. Michikage Tsukimi, Azusa Amamai and the leading teachers of the other 2 classes stood at the top of the wooden platform, and the students in the audience were full of expectations. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. After careful selection by the teachers, the first place winner of the final grand prize for this luxury villa is Moriyama and Nagase from Class 1, the 2 students walked up as Azusa Amamai waved. Stage. The next content is to let the students understand the various things their group found during the day. There are a total of 76 dishes with local characteristics and cultural delicacies. This is completely a miracle. The average number of dishes found by other students is more than 10 or 20, and the most is only the 36 dishes found by Sakakibara Raku and Amamai Yuki. Only those 2 guys used some method to find so much time and traveled to so many places to find 76 dishes. It also comes with a series of photos and cultural introductions. There are 76 dishes, which is more than 3 times more than what ordinary students try to find. Everyone is convinced by these 2 people. It is also a well-deserved first place. The students applauded them in unison below. The scene was lively. After asking the 2 students to step down, Tianhaize coughed twice and announced the class reward to everyone. Ahem, okay, the most important grand prize of the event has been distributed. Next is the class reward we promised. Since Class 1 performed the best in this event and the number of delicious foods discovered topped the list, tonight's bonfire at the barbecue party, all the food and meals for a class of students are free. Whatever you want to eat, just go to the open-air restaurant over there and get it. Good. Marvelous. The students from Class 1 of Grade 2 stood up and cheered in the dark night, and their cheerful expressions instantly ignited everyone's mood. Okay. Then I won't talk too much. The first day of the Hawaiian bonfire party, the barbecue party has officially begun. Start eating to your heart's content. Asterisk. The barbecue party is in full swing. The students gathered around the campfire and enjoyed good food and fun. Everyone was laughing and chatting with each other, and various delicacies such as barbecued meat, grilled vegetables, and grilled seafood began to exude the enticing aroma. However, a campfire barbecue dinner like this is definitely not a large gathering of one class, but a small group in each class, finding people to form their own teams. This makes it easier to create a group, and also makes it easier for everyone to find their favorite ingredients and people to chat with. Xiao Zi, don't run away. You are a teacher, come here to help take care of the ingredients. Huh? I'll just leave this to the monk, I have something else to do. Yuji and Li Daijing looked at her leaving figure helplessly. Tianhaize was paying attention to his juniors while everyone was busy dividing into groups and getting barbecue equipment and ingredients. She looked around. Raku Sakakibara is quite popular and it seems like a lot of people are looking for him to form a team. As the squad leader, he often visits other students' small groups and greets each other in a friendly manner. Tianhaize Higsu followed her. Suzu Sakakihara is even more popular. She is an idol voice actress. She is easy to get in touch with in school and has an easy-to-talk personality. Many girls in her class even discuss with her how to sing well. Boys didn't dare to get too close to her. Needless to say, Tianhaize Yulai was very popular, and many people greeted her politely. It's just that she's not in a very good mood right now, and is just barely coping with the inquiries from her classmates. As for Zyoki, well, Zyoki is still so lonely, no one is looking for her. She was sitting alone on the edge, under an umbrella on the beach near the sea. She neither participated in the circle of classmates nor bothered to say hello or talk to other classmates. Looking at her from this side, only her back was shrouded in firelight. Zyoki. Tianhaize brought a few skewers of barbecued meat and brought a small stool to her side to sit down. Tian Haikiming noticed that someone was coming and put her phone away out of politeness. The 7 bright moons in the sky rise to the sky. Heise nodded politely, Auntie. What were you doing just now? Tian Heise looked at the phone case with the shark logo on her legs together curiously, and handed her a skewer of barbecue. It's just some trivial matters for the foundation. Tian Haikiming took the meat skewers. You like dealing with these things. Talk to your aunt. You see, everyone is busy now and don't have time to talk to you. You don't have anyone to communicate with at home, right? It's all business in the foundation. Tian Heise touched her with her leg. Touching the 7 bright moons in the sky and sea. No, I haven't thought about it that way. Tian Haikiming was silent for a moment, replied, and started eating the barbecue in small bites. Then why do you still do these things? Tian Haikiming hesitated in her heart because she had never said these words to anyone else. Whether it is father, sister, brother. Tian Heise was not in a hurry, but in the aroma of barbecue, she chatted with Tian Haikiming for a long time about many interesting daily trivial matters to open up her topic. Auntie is really persistent. Tian Haikiming sighed, reaching out to pick up the 2 skewers of grilled vegetables that Tian Heise ran back to ask the monk for. I am following your father's example. If I want to blame you, blame your father. Tian Haikiming stared at the aroma of the barbecue. Tian Heise sat down on the beach bench again. So, can Zioki tell me what you think now? Why did you do that? You probably haven't told anyone about it, but if you say it, you might feel better. A little. Can I trust you, Aunt? Believe it or not, Tian Heise smiled and looked up at the vast starry sky in summer. Xiao Qi must know whether Aunt Zi is worthy of trust. Tian Haikiming was quiet for a moment and responded, I am just doing this to make things smoother for someone. It is much better to pave some roads in advance. But now, Xiao Qi, what you did before is almost useless, because we still don't know if Xiao Li will marry you. I'm not confused. I know, but you still feel a little bit disappointed because you've done so many things. Why can't you give yourself a little more response, right? Tian Haikiming acquiesced. The resistance at home is on the one hand, my sister's feelings on the other, and Xiao's attitude on the other. Zioki, you just want to get a relationship that you have never been able to find. Tian Heise inserted the baking skewers in his legs. When I heard my brother say that you traveled across half of Japan to find someone, I was shocked. How old are you? 5 years old. Are you still 6 years old? 5 years old, almost 6 years old. Tian Haikiming replied. That's right. You were so perseverant back then. I don't know how many good people you deceived with your childish appearance on the way. So, it's very tiring, right, July? Tian Haikiming did not waver at all because of her aunt's words, but said directly. Auntie, just say what you want to say and I will listen. Hearing this, Tian Heise smiled directly. I'll call Li Yulai and you over later and tell her that you want to talk to her alone. How about that? Auntie is really smart. Do you plan to attack me first? Oh, don't say that, there is no way to break through. Zioki, it's not like you didn't see Li Yulai's appearance on the top of the mountain. You are her twin sister. You must understand what she might do at that time. Zioki. If Ellie had not been sensible and said to Li Yulai, who cares, now we wouldn't be eating barbecue here, but smelling the smell of disinfectant in the hospital. I understand my sister, but it is precisely because of our understanding that we go against each other. Tian Haikiming ate vegetables in small bites. Tian Heise continued to ask, speaking of which, I'm curious about one thing. Aren't you 2 sisters very close to each other? Why are you so confrontational? Auntie, you know my sister and I's life experience, and you also know how our parents treated us when we were young. Living to this day, Tian Heise understands quite well that human beings are meaningful creatures, and the pursuit of meaning and purpose in life is one of the essential needs of human beings. Children without proper guidance and care from their parents will either go astray or suffer emotional harm. Often lacking a sense of security and stability, they may exhibit behavioral characteristics such as emotional instability, self-centeredness, and difficulty establishing close relationships with others. Tianhaize was not idle today. While resting in the room, he carefully asked his elder brother about what happened when he was 7 or 9 years old. Combined with Tianhaikaimingyu's answer now, she finally came to the conclusion. The real reason why Xiaoqi and Xiaju got into such a quarrel over Xiao is because the two sisters were following each other's insistence for more than 10 years. Who allowed this boy to appear in the lives of the two sisters one after another, making it impossible for the two sisters to break away from him? What a hard life. Xiaoqi, do you still feel that your persistence is not worth giving in? Definitely, Tianhaikaiminyu replied, Auntie. For me, when I lose my goal, I lose my perception of the world. When her niece replied, Tianhaize kept thinking about the figure from Kia who always looked lonely. Xiaoqi, you don't have to completely close yourself off. How about accepting more people? What does Aunt think? It's all the fault of Bertha and her eldest brother for turning the two sisters into this. In addition to Xiao Li, Xiao Qi, who else do you think you can get close to and accept? Tianhaikaiminyu closed her eyes and placed the baking skewer on the tinfoil on the wooden table nearby. Auntie just wants to say sister, right? Correct. Correct. Tianhaizu raised his head again and smiled, so, the reply is. Let sister come over. More than that, I'll find you a small fire and a barbecue grill. You can grill and eat while the sisters chat slowly. Asterisk. The situation and atmosphere were very embarrassing. It was the first time that Tianhaijuli Yulai and now Tianhaikaiminyu sat together calmly like this. In front of the two of them were a bonfire, a grill, coconut trees swaying on the coast, and waves lapping on the beach. Sister, give it. Ah, thank you. Robotic dialogue. The faces of the Tianhai sisters were illuminated by the bonfire, and neither of them knew how to discuss the topic calmly at this time. There is dissatisfaction with the other party. I also feel sorry for the other person. Too complicated? Kyo, come to me. What's the matter? It's definitely not a quarrel with my sister. I know that. After all, I just agreed to the conditions. Sister hates me. Hate. I hate my sister too. This is normal. Even though they said something that they hated each other, the two sisters handed each other the roasted meat in their hands. Tianhaikaiminyu turned her head, stared at her sister's face, which was also her own face, and said, but I still don't want my sister to disappear completely. Tianhaijuli Yulai had no expression. Is Kia compromising with my sister? Could it be that when we quarreled, my sister was thinking that it would be best if she died in July? Tianhaijuli Yulai was quiet for a while, and then replied, no, I have never thought about it that way. Tianhaikaiminyu turned back and added some more firewood to the bonfire. Sister, don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean I want to give up, I want to give up the persistence in my heart. I also understood. Both sisters fell silent again. They all realized at this moment that there was nothing to communicate with each other. July. Elder sister. It was quiet for a while. Sister, you say it first. Okay then, Tianhaijuli Yulai agreed. When we went up the mountain today, we saw a scene. Sister refers to sister-in-law. Well, that's what I want to say too. It's weird to call me sister-in-law now, let's call her Yuki from now on. Tianhaijuli Yulai said calmly. You have also seen the relationship between Yuki and Lejun in Kyo. Too much intimacy. Well, that's it. Tianhaijuli Yulai reached out and threw a piece of coconut wood into the fire. I don't think I need to explain Yuki's attitude towards Lejun, July. Tian Hai Kaimingyu did not deny it and nodded. What does July think we should do? I can't even tolerate my sister's existence, let alone other people. Tian Hai Julie Yulai, I think so too. Tian Hai Kaimingyu looked at Julie Yulai again. Sister, can you tell me what you think? I am not very sure. Not sure. Well, Tian Hai Julie Yulai continued, after what happened in the afternoon, I don't really want to quarrel in front of Lejun anymore. Why? Tian Hai Chi Minjia wanted to know what her sister was thinking. Don't you understand in Kia? Even though it's reasonable for us to stand in our respective positions for such a quarrel, for Lejun, he will still feel uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Tian Hai Kaimingyu's face was as flat as the surface of a lake. To a certain extent, brother, this is something he has done himself. In July, Lejun is a scumbag. Tian Hai Julie Yulai couldn't say it clearly, but aren't we the ones who choose Lejun? Sister, are you trying to say that we are also bringing it upon ourselves? Otherwise, why are we still unwilling to give up after knowing Lejun's attitude? Then sister shouldn't blame your Lejun for being irresponsible to you. The same goes for me. After saying that, Tian Hai Kaimingyu quickly said, shouldn't our brother apologize to us? Although my sister won't give up, she certainly can't accept your Lejun finding another woman, right? Tian Hai Julie Yulai was thinking seriously, but she had no choice but to say. This is also the uncomfortable point between us. According to what you said, we should ask Lejun to apologize, but continuing to press Lejun will make him go further. We should give up at this time, but because there are too many things going on. I can't give up. Sister, what Lingwu said is right. We have been asking Lejun to respond to our feelings. To a certain extent, we are hoping that he will respond. He has no obligation to respond, but he still responded. Us. Tian Hai Julie Yulai raised his sky-blue eyes illuminated by the bonfire. Is it right to hope that Lejun will respond and then promise Yukio after Lejun responds? Tian Hai Kaimingyu also fell into deep thought again. At this point in the conversation, both of them understand each other's mistakes and the real cause of Sakeki Hararaku's mistakes. Tian Hai Kaimingyu took a deep breath, which was the smell of burning coconut wood. Sister, I think we need to communicate carefully. What else do you want to say in July? There is no doubt that the relationship between us is complicated and difficult to reconcile. We all make mistakes and we all have people to ask for. The same is true for my brother. We need to express our thoughts and feelings honestly and frankly with our brother, and listen each other's perspectives and eliminate misunderstandings and differences. But, July, don't we all understand what each other does? Sister, don't worry, the above is the first point I said. Tian Hai Kaimingyu said calmly and stretched out a second finger. Second point, we have been fighting for so long. Since Lejun refuses to agree and we are unwilling to let go, then I think we should redefine our expectations now. That is, we need to re-examine our expectations for our brother. At the same time, we also need our brother to clarify his role and responsibilities in this relationship and work hard to meet our reasonable requirements. Tian Hai Julie Yulai thought for a moment and discovered the problem. But it is obvious that Lejun cannot meet our expectations. Tian Hai Kaimingyu stretched out her ring finger and made a figure of 3. Third, there is no doubt that we must learn to compromise, and we must know that in relationships, it is impossible to always reach an agreement. We, as well as Lejun, all need to learn to compromise on key issues and respect each other's positions and choices. Tian Hai Julie Yulai understood what Chi Minjia meant and asked, so Chi Minjia, are you willing to lower your expectations now? Tian Hai Kaimingyu responded calmly, this is related to what my sister-in-law said at night. Compromise is not achieved in one step, but step by step. Since my sister and I do not have a life and death conflict, it is not impossible to compromise with each other. Tian Hai Julie Yulai's tone was very calm. After all, Aren't you willing to compromise in Kyo now? Of course it's because I'm still angry with my sister. July, don't I have one? So, Tianhai Chi Minjia raised her voice slightly and extended her fourth little finger, we must learn to respect each other. I will never talk about my sister's past, and my sister is not allowed to say those excessive words to me again. Tianhai Julie Yulai nodded, no problem, but what does this mean? The above is a temporary truce agreement between my sister and I. Does your sister agree? A long time. Agree. Tianhai Julie Yulai lowered his voice and closed his eyes and said, at this stage, a truce between you and me is the best choice, and it is also a compromise between us. As long as my sister agrees. So, what did my sister say about her treatment of Yuki just now? There is no doubt that Kyo and I don't want a third party to appear. But that level of fighting is completely unnecessary. Zhigzhu is also a very simple-minded person. Sister, do you think we can just guide Yuki? That's right. But I think dash. Just as the two sisters were communicating, Tianhai Chi Minjia's phone suddenly rang. She originally wanted to get up and answer the phone, but found that the contact displayed was father. Tianhai Kaimingyu took one more look at her sister, then sat back to her original position and answered her father's call. Dad. On the other end of the phone, my father's voice soon came out. Resting. Having a bonfire barbecue right here on the beach. You go find Julie Yulai, I have something to say to you too. Tianhai Kaimingyu glanced at Tianhai Julie Yulai again, sister is by my side. You guys have reconciled. We were just talking about some things, Tianhai Kaimingyu replied, is it related to what you are going to say now, Dad? No, I'm just asking about the current relationship status of the two of you, but now that you can all sit together and talk and communicate, it means you have calmed down a lot. You put your phone on speakerphone and asked Li Yulai to come over and listen. Tianhai Kaimingyu took the phone from her ear and placed it on her legs together. The hands-free button was pressed. Tianhai Julie Yulai moved his stool slightly closer. There was about 2 punches between the two sisters. Both of them stared at the jumping call time on the phone screen. I really don't want to tell you this, and I don't want you to know it, but your emotions have reached this point now, and this matter is definitely related to you. Tianhai Madian paused for a long time. This caused the two sisters to focus their attention a lot. Just today at noon, the old guy terminated the legal foster-son relationship between me and Xiao Li. Even the custody rights of Xiao Li in Maihe's hands were obtained by her ex-husband through special means. You understand what this means? What are you wearing? The two Tianhai sisters were waiting for their father to continue speaking. This means that he has no direct blood relationship with our Tianhai family, and no nominal relationship. It makes sense from both a legal and moral perspective. The old man wanted to use this to marry Xiao Li into Ji Shue's name and inherit the family business. When Tianhai Kaimingyu and Tianhai Julie Yulai heard this, they subconsciously looked back at each other. No frowns, no excessive expressions. But the reflections in their eyes seemed to express the seriousness of this matter. It seems like things happened all at once. It became troublesome. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 328. I originally thought I would take some time tonight to chat with Chi Minjiao and Julie Yulai, whose relationship may have calmed down, but due to the fact that the barbecue party requires me as the squad leader to maintain it, and I also have to barbecue for other students who come over, I am very busy. Not open to trade. So, until the bonfire party ended at 11 o'clock in the evening, Sakakibara Raku didn't have a chance to say a word to Amamai Nanamajetsu and Amamai Kuruori, who were sitting on the other side. But it's okay, trying to stabilize their relationship too quickly will be self-defeating. Everyone worked together for half an hour to collect all the things on the beach. At about 11:40, Sakakihara got on the bus arranged by the teacher. Through the car window, the interplay of light and shadow makes the bustling streets and high-rise buildings flash in front of you, gradually fading away. In fact, compared to the current Kaiju, Sakakibara is more concerned about the information revealed by his sister-in-law on the top of the mountain. My sister-in-law said that Grandpa knew about several people. I originally planned to resolve the old man's opinion at the end of the matter, but I didn't expect that Grandpa already knows about it now. Now that Grandpa knows, why do he still treat his conditions so generously? Even Uncle Ying said that the old man had told him that the Tianhai family would agree to any request he had. Very weird. This shouldn't be the case. Brother. His thoughts were interrupted by Sakakihara Suzu beside him. Sakakibara looked away, turned around, and saw his sister's cute, slightly round face. At this moment, the bus passed through a streetlight, illuminating her purple eyes, making them look particularly charming. Elder brother. It took Sakakihara Raku a while to realize that she was calling him, and the sound of the bus engine running filled his ears. Well, what's wrong? Brother, are you confused after eating? Why do you look so dazed? I'm thinking about something. What did you want to say to me? Sakakibara Suzu took a look at her brother's expression. That's what I want to tell you. When we had barbecue tonight, Chi Minjio and Juliuli sat together and talked for a long time. Sakakibara frowned and said, tell me. Did they sit together and discuss it for a long time? Sakakihara Suzu was a little dissatisfied. The dissatisfaction was that I called him several times, but he only responded in a daze. And when he heard the names of the two foxes, he immediately became energetic. Are they that important to you? Boom. After being hit on the head, Suzu Sakakihara closed her eyes, pouted and said to the person punching the ground in front of her. Why did you hit me? Do not think too much. How could I think too much? I just Aling, I care about Kiju so much because I've been thinking about them recently. I want them to reconcile, but I can't find any way to do it. It makes me sad to see them quarreling so much because of me. Sakakihara Suzu arranged her hair and muttered, wouldn't it be better if we abandoned them all? Sakakibara smiled, and then watched one of them jump into the sea, and the other run into seclusion in a place where no one can find it. What kind of ending does Suzu want? I definitely don't want to. Sakakibara Suzu felt irritated every time she mentioned this. And I feel that Chi Minjio and Juliuli have changed a lot compared to when I first started. After all, you have experienced so many things. Ailing, haven't you changed too? Me? Where can I be? At least Stinky Lele shouts less. No, stop talking. Sakakihara Suzu lowered her head and ordered, let's continue talking about those two foxes. Yes. Sakakibara rested his elbows on the car window and nodded with his hands on his face. Kiju sat down and chatted. Do you know what they were talking about? I don't know. Anyway, they just chatted for a long time. Sakakihara thought for a while and said in a deep voice, that was probably some condition negotiated between them. At least they can sit down and talk together calmly. Will they just reconcile? Sakakihara Suzu asked quickly. It's still impossible at the moment. It's even a question of whether we can stand together and say a few more words. Sakakibara looked at his sister and then asked, Suzu, why don't you seem to want them to come back? And you want to help them. You won't have time to accompany me when I come back. Although you usually don't have much time to accompany me. I still have to do my work. Sakakihara Suzu didn't answer, she just thought in her heart with a slightly depressed mood. But she had experienced this feeling many times and was used to it. So she took the initiative to raise her head and looked at Sakakihara Raku again with her purple eyes. Aren't you asking this knowingly? I'll hit you with my fist. I don't want to know your current attitude, Aling. Okay, stop hitting your brother on the chest. It's wrong. Sakakibara Suzu vented her anger with her small fists and felt a lot more comfortable, then she proudly crossed her arms over her chest. I helped them because of my previous relationship. During the fireworks festival, including the period before, I got along very well with them. I figured it out, it was because of the messy emotional entanglements between you and them, brother. They both changed. Sakakihara Raku didn't expect that Suzu would say that, so he coughed slightly in embarrassment and said, "Didn't you still say this afternoon that your brother is a victim? You are the victim, but you are also the root cause of this incident, okay? Everyone is at fault. Brother, don't think about blaming those two foxes entirely. I want to beat you. Didn't you already hit me just now? You stinky lele, you are still joking, beating you, beating you, beating you, beating you." Raku Sakakibara withstood the attack from his sister with a smile. Teachers Azusa Amamai and Tsukimirai, who were sitting next to each other, couldn't help but smile knowingly when they saw the two of them fighting like this. The fun lasted for quite some time. "Stop. What? Truce, truce." Raku Sakakihara made a stop gesture. "Let's continue, Suzu, what did you say just now?" Sakakihara Suzu's fist was frozen in mid-air for a few seconds, and then she changed her posture with her chin raised and lost in thought. "It seems to be talking about the place where, brother, you caused the two of them to change their personalities." "Yes, right here. What do you need, Aling?" "My needs? My needs are simple. Since it was you who caused their character breakdown, it's up to you, brother, to change them back." "Change back? How can I change? Isn't this simple?" Suzu Sakakihara made a heart sign in the air with her hands, and said after a long time, "If you use love to influence, there will be no problem at all." "Ouch, why did you hit me again?" "Suzu, have you watched too many Korean dramas?" Raku Sakakihara retracted his knife with an expressionless face. "It's an idiot's idea." "Slightly. I was also beaten by this guy like you. Take care of yourself more. If you become an idiot and can't get married, I will have to rely on you to support me for the rest of my life." Sakakihara Suzu rubbed her head dissatisfiedly, and after a moment of relief, she continued unconvinced. "I don't care. If I want me not to cause you any trouble during this period, just agree to my request and try your best to change the two foxes back to their original appearance. It's freezing cold every day in Kaimanyu. It's freezing to death. Not to mention Julie Yulai, except when she is outside, she has a dark face all day long. How beautiful she used to be with a gentle smile every day." Sakakibara originally wanted to laugh at the impracticality of Suzu's idea. But think about it carefully. Kyo and Lee Yulai have indeed changed too much, and they no longer look like themselves. "Okay, I agree." "Huh? Didn't you just call me an idiot? Why did you agree in the blink of an eye?" Sakakihara Suzu became interested and deliberately changed her voice to mock in front of Sakakihara Raku. This mean look made Sakakihara Raku have to give her another knife. "Damn it, I was prepared and didn't guard against it. No, I have to fight back, stinky lele, watch my trick. Burn, my soul. The stars are shining forever. I'll fight, fight, fight." While Sakakibara stretched out his hand to defend himself, he couldn't hold himself any longer and couldn't help complaining. "You're too average." He estimated that if he was not beaten to death by his sister, he would be embarrassed to death by the slogans shouted by his sister. "My job is to match these things. Let's look at the next move, beautiful girl dream movement. I'll hit, 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 hit." Sakakibara's face was full of pain when he heard this. I'm about to vomit blood." "Auntie, Sister Suzu, please stop reading. You're embarrassing me to death." The corner of Sakakihara Suzu's mouth curved. "What? If you still don't admit defeat, watch my next move." Don't, Sakakihara interrupted quickly, I give up, stop reading. Are you admitting defeat now? Is this part of your job? Otherwise, what does it match? A girl magic animation for young children. It has a pink beautiful girl heroine who flies through the sky with a magic wand. She calls out her name every time she moves. Alright. Aling, your work is really hard enough. Asterisk. Playfulness is playfulness. After not interacting with Suzu like this for a long time, Sakakibara felt quite comfortable. Think about it carefully, how long has it been since the last time you and Aling had a pillow fight at home? Junior high school or elementary school? Children these days are all very fast. There was a time when Aling was taller than herself when she was in 5th or 6th grade. It seems that I haven't had any close contact with her since junior high school. I used to help her wash her hair when taking a bath. Back at the hotel, Sakakibara took a quick shower. He originally wanted to take a bath for a while, but someone knocked on the door outside. Sakakibara had no choice but to dry herself, put on a pair of loose shorts and slippers and walk out of the bathroom to open the door. Standing in front of him was Tianhai's Higsu. She was still wearing today's white dress, holding the clothes she was going to change into today in her arms, her chin slightly raised, and her eyes staring at herself motionlessly. And blinked twice. Seeing her staring at him like this, Sakakihara asked subconsciously. What? Bath. Come to my place to wash. Amamai Yuki didn't answer much, and walked directly around Sakakibara Raku and entered the large bedroom of his hotel private room. Sakakibara followed her footsteps all the way to the front of the big white bed. His hand was still on the door handle, and the next second he saw Amamai Nazuki beginning to take off his clothes. Hey. Sakakibara closed the door and hurried over to call her out, but when he took 2 steps, he saw the white dress on Yuki falling as smoothly as silk to the surroundings of her feet. For some reason, Sakakihara Raku was not surprised at all by her action and took the initiative to avoid looking at her. Tianhai's Higsu stepped out of the skirt on the floor with her bare feet, and walked directly into the bathroom in the next few steps. Sakakihara was helplessly trying to pack up the few clothes she had left on the ground, when she saw her holding the glass door of the bathroom door with both hands, and her little mindless head poked out. Want to come together? Don't want. Oh. Tianhai's Higsu retracted her head again. Sakakibara put away some of her clothes that still contained girly body scent, sat down on the bed again, and stared at the stupid figure in the fogged glass of the hotel. I was too busy at night, so I took the car back and had a fight with Aling for a while. Only then did Sakakihara suddenly remember that Yuki kissed him on the top of the mountain. This matter was seen by Kiju, but he didn't have time to study and think about it in detail. Sakakihara Raku does not understand Zyuki's feelings for him, so in recent days, he has been deliberately channeling her feelings. No cross-border contact with her is allowed. But it seems that just ordinary contact will make Higsu more dependent on herself. I also enjoys Higsu's reliance on her feelings. In a word, my old habit has happened again. Sakakibara wanted to treat her as a close relative and take her to travel with Aling. When they came back, they could cook and eat together at home. This situation is so beautiful. But if you think about it carefully, you can consider yourself escaping from her feelings for him, right? Tianhai's Higsu took a bath very slowly. After about 40 minutes, she came out with wet and extremely rough hair. She actually listened to what she said to her before and wore the clothes. Amamai Nazuki stared at herself, and Sakakibara knew what this meant. He took out the hairdryer from the hotel drawer and waved to her, Yuki, come here. Amamai Nazuki was very obedient. After seeing him waving to her, she came to sit in front of Sakakibara Raku in a few steps. She swung her feet back and forth beside the bed, listening to the sound of the hairdryer behind her, feeling the hot air blowing out, and feeling the care with which he played with her hair. In this situation, staring at the light on the floor from the hotel room door below her, she seemed to feel warmth all around her body. Happy. What? I want Ellie to help me blow dry my hair all the time. Her voice was very small, so bland that no emotion could be heard at all. Tianhai's Higsyu's voice remains the same as before. But for Sakakibara Raku, her words at this moment seemed to contain emotions that she had never heard before. What would you think if I said that I would leave Yu's Higsu one day? Before he could finish his sentence, Tianhai's Higsu turned back in front of him, her eyes always staring at him. The only sound left in the air was the noisy sound of the hair dryer. Higsu hasn't answered me yet. In no mood. So decisive. In no mood. In this case. In no mood. Tianhai's Higsu answered 3 times in a calm tone. Even though her tone seemed like she could never reveal her feelings, people could still hear the detailed fluctuations in her heart in these 3 consecutive emphases. Alas. Sure enough. Sakakibara told her to turn her head back first, and then continued to help her blow dry her hair. Yuki actually just needs my company, right? But you know, I still have Kyo and Liulai. Don't care. Don't you care? Don't care. So, Yuki likes me, right? Like. Yuki is still too innocent and innocent. She will answer whatever you ask her, and she will do whatever you ask her to do. She will say it directly when she is happy, she will say it directly when she is sad, and she will say it directly if she doesn't want any changes. It's as simple as a blank piece of paper. Then if I say that even if you choose to persist, Yuki, you will still have nothing, will you still do it? Do not understand. That is to say, if you choose to like me, you will not get any response from me in the future. It is also very likely that you will be disliked by Kyo and Liulai. Will you also choose to stick to your current ideas? Meeting. It was a simple word, but Sakakibara believed in her true intentions. After experiencing so many things, Sakakibara Raku also understands that he has grown a lot and does not need to be so hesitant when choosing many things. He is a good old scumbag. If you are not a scumbag, can you still be in 2 different things at the same time? Yuki. At this stage, we can still get along with each other according to the current relationship, okay? Good. She agreed, and Raku Sakakibara breathed a sigh of relief. Undoubtedly, this is also the best solution at this stage. If, through the guidance of these days, Yuki can only have feelings similar to Aling's feelings for him, then follow this path. If she continues to develop on another path, the conflict between Kiju and Kiju will probably be resolved by then. Try to communicate with Kiju. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 329. March 31st Wednesday, the 3rd day of summer travel. Tianhai Kaimingyu was facing the mirror in the hotel, adjusting the stand collar of her lace sleeveless blue dress. He stretched out his hand to arrange the clean towels neatly and walked out of the room. Also coming out at the same time was Tianhai Julie Yulai from next door. The 2 sisters looked at each other. Why does my sister go out at the same time as me every time? More than this, I want to ask, why do you always choose to wear the same clothes as me in July? Tianhai Julie Yulai looked at the sleeveless blue dress on her sister. Chi Minjiao's outfits have always been simple, clean, and refreshing. This is especially true in summer. Didn't my sister steal my outfit? It remains to be discussed who he stole from. The 2 sisters were walking to the breakfast hall at the same time. Tianhai Kaimingyu held Bai Xian's arm and glanced sideways at her sister. Sister, you haven't forgotten what we discussed yesterday, right? Of course not. What does sister think of grandpa's thoughts? It's impossible to compromise with the answer I gave last night. Sister, do you think we are better than grandpa? When did Chi-Chi become so unsure of herself and plan to give up when she can't compete? If Chi-Chi wants to give up, maybe she should make a choice now. In the worst case, I will take Ellie June and flee abroad. Sister, you really daydream too much. During their daily quarrel, the two sisters came to the Western-style buffet restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. The place is bustling with tourists from all over the world. Enjoying delicious food, taking photos, and sharing the interesting things you experienced yesterday with your fellow travelers, traveling is nothing more than that. There were glances from all around, and even a foreign photographer took a casual snapshot of the two sisters. Tianhai Kaimingyu and Tianhai Julie Yulai were already used to this, and they didn't even spare a glance at the photographer, holding the plates. After randomly choosing 2 slices of toast, bacon, and a sandwich, the two found a comfortable loft on the left side of the restaurant to sit down for the time being. Here you can see people picking up their meals below. Sister, we need to sort out the existing information. Tianhai Kaimingyu took the initiative to speak. After what happened last night, Tianhai Julie Yulai has accepted the relationship between them at this stage. Our real pressure right now is Grandpa. If Grandpa doesn't agree, with the things we have available now, we may have no choice but to escape to Shikoku Island, or abroad. There is no doubt that after the phone call from their father yesterday, the two sisters, there is more or less a sense of urgency. They don't worry about emotional pressure, but their emotions will always be oppressed by reality. The two sisters have nothing else to worry about, they just need to go far away. But Sakakibara can't do it. He still has a sister and a mother. This is where Tianhai Julie Yulai and Tianhai Kaimingyu are worried. Worried about Grandpa putting pressure on him. How is the situation with Grandpa? Tianhai Kaimingyu explained, Dad had a fight with Grandpa after making a phone call last night. A lot of noise. Probably so. Therefore, I think neither Grandpa nor Dad can control us recently. The reason for the quarrel was that Grandpa went too far. He hid it from everyone and secretly took away the custody of Aunt Mai-hee. After all, it was the custody of a single mother. Just take it away. As the current husband of Aunt Mai-hee, Amamai Maid Nori was naturally furious and wanted to go to his father to argue and get an explanation. According to Uncle Ying, the Tianhai family is currently restless. No one can stop the quarreling father and son, and several aunts may have to go home to start a fight. Why don't you call Dad in July and ask about the situation? No, Dad told us not to call him these days. He will naturally notify us when the results are available. That's good, Tianhai Julie Yulai breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid Lejun still doesn't know what Grandpa thinks. Where does it come from? Tianhai Kaimingyu asked as she ate some baked toast. If Raku knew what Grandpa was thinking, I'm afraid he wouldn't let Yuki get so close to him, Amamai Kuriyuri said, looking down diagonally at Raku Sakakibara, who was queuing up with Amamai Yuki to get breakfast. But it's a pity that, even if Lejun knows what Grandpa thinks, I'm afraid he won't distance himself from Yuki now. Tianhai Kaimingyu nodded. After all, the distance is close, and Grandpa's arrangements and coercion are not his usual. Tianhai Julie Yulai was quite helpless. When the time comes, Lejun will be soft-hearted to Yuki again, and there will be even more troubles. Although the two sisters are now in the fighting stage, they do not want a fourth person to intervene during the confrontation between the two. This undoubtedly shakes the root of the quarrel between the two. Have you noticed recently that Yuki is following your brother every day? That's right, Tianhai Julie Yulai returned his gaze to the white porcelain plate in front of him, with 2 fried eggs on top, but what we can know for sure is that Yuki really has that kind of mentality towards Lejun. This point, Lejun definitely knows. Tianhai Kaimingyu was also thinking, The reason why my brother puts Higsu beside him is because he probably wants to use it to stimulate us. Tianhaijuli Yulai shook his head. I don't think so. The effect Lejun wanted has already worked. At least in Lejun's view, our relationship has eased, so he will not choose to use that trick again. But he still has Higsu with him all the time. Sister, do you feel uncomfortable now? Yes. Do you think my brother shouldn't be like this? I have reasons to prevent my brother from having contact with her. Yes. You have the same mentality now in July, right? Tian Haikimingyu did not deny it, but the difficulty is that with our current situation, it is difficult to ask my brother to do anything. Even if we are in this situation now, it is difficult to complain about his actions. Tian Haijuli Yulai, what Kia means is that if we go directly over now and ask Lejun to stay away from Yuki, it will cause Lejun to stay further away from us. My sister is smart. No worse than you in July, who was 1 or 2 points behind me in the Huiwai exam. So, our goal is clear now. I'm going to contact my brother. I'm going to contact Lejun. The two sisters spoke in unison and were silent to each other. Sister. What do you mean? I would like to ask, what does July mean? Tian Haikimingyu explained directly, my meaning is very simple. I will contact him and warm up the relationship first. Only by establishing my girlfriend's identity can I discipline him not to get involved with other women. Tian Haijuli Yulai felt her heart beating faster, and her delicate face maintained a smile. Kiu. That's what I mean in Kaiyu. And according to the reality, I am Lejun's real girlfriend, right? Shouldn't I contact Lejun so that everyone won't be surprised? Does Kia want Lejun to has your reputation with the outside world been ruined? Sister is always so crazy and confident. The so-called decent girlfriend's sister is just a self-proclaimed one. Why do you say that in July? Doesn't everyone think so? Tian Haikiminyu's expression was indifferent, and she spoke the truth calmly. I was the first person to kiss him, I was the person to kiss him for the second time, and I was the person to kiss him for the third time. Tian Haijuli Yulai's facial expression was trying his best to maintain, then Lejun has admitted that you are his girlfriend in Kia. Regarding this, sister can take the initiative to ask him. It seems that Lejun did say that. Julie Yulai has to admit it. To live peacefully with Kia, I have to bear great psychological pressure. Peace of mind and peace of mind. Since you already know that Lejun is a scumbag, you must understand the meaning of this fact to a certain extent. We can't quarrel with Kia again. We can't quarrel with Kia again. Not at all. If the quarrel breaks out again, the short-lived alliance after the truce will be over. It's better for two people to bear the pressure from grandpa together than alone. Forget it, it's better for my sister to go. Tian Haikimingyu suddenly relented. Have you let go in July? It's just an apology for saying those words subconsciously. My sister and I are different. I admit that someone is my sister's boyfriend. Even though Chi-Chu spoke so beautifully on the surface, Tian Haijuli Yulai knew that she still had something to say that she was holding back in her stomach. I admit that someone is my sister's boyfriend, but my sister doesn't think that such a boyfriend would taste more delicious. The twins have a tacit understanding, and Tian Haikimingyu can see her sister's thoughts. If sister feels uncomfortable like this, why not treat someone as my boyfriend, and then sister is the cat that steals sex. In this way, he gave up the advantage of his real girlfriend. And why am I a sneaky cat? It sounds uncomfortable. Tian Haijuli Yulai is not that stupid. No need. Also, as promised, this afternoon is my home court, and no trouble is allowed in July. Beach activities in the afternoon? Is my sister so afraid of me? Just in case. Asterisk. So, the time came to the afternoon of that day. Everyone from class 2 came to Waikiki Beach, a place 20 minutes away by bus from the hotel. Since now is the perfect weather to go to the beach, the area around the beach is quite lively even on weekdays. The beach is dotted with a variety of brightly colored sunshade tents, and more colorful and plump women in swimsuits pass by on the beach. Or you can lie on the beach mat, face the blue water, wear sunglasses, feel the sea breeze, and enjoy the coolness of lemonade. There are many children running around on the beach. As soon as several boys who had prepared beach shorts and shirtless bodies in advance arrived here, they immediately shouted happily, "The sea, I am coming." Then took off his sandals and rushed barefoot to the beach. The person who sprinted to the front suddenly fell down and gnawed in the mud before he could take more than 2 steps on the beach. Hey 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 hey. Then a bunch of boys who rushed after him, who didn't like to watch the road at all, fell down and got into a mess. The girls who had just gotten off the bus leisurely covered their mouths and laughed. Due to the extremely hot weather this year, the high temperature reached 30 degrees in April alone. The boys who landed on the sand first were as hot as squid on an iron plate in just a few seconds, and the skin on their faces and bodies was burned red by the sand. Hot, hot, hot. Damn it, get up. Get up. You're burning me to death. Naoto, you guy. Bastard. You're holding my leg down. Fujino, you are the one, hands. Hands. Don't squeeze my crotch with your hands. I don't have any. You have it. This group of boys ran into the beach in a hurry and ran out again in a hurry. He slapped the sand on his body, leaving tiny marks on his skin, and kept complaining about why the sand was so hot on his feet. The girls' snickers and whispers grew louder. Aha! It seems like this year is much hotter than in previous years. There is only one day until April. Tianhaize, who was wearing a sun hat, squinted his eyes and looked up at the afternoon sun in the sky. Just a few seconds after getting off the bus, the sun's rays hit my skin like needles, causing pain. As a teacher, she held her mouth with both hands and shouted in unison to the people who had just got off the car in front of her. Everyone! Remember to wear sunscreen. Boys should wear it too. The girls were all okay. They knew they were going to go out to play on the beach today, so they all brought sunscreen before going out. The boys could only look at each other, not knowing what to do. Sunscreen. How many boys can carry this thing? Some boys who have a good relationship with the girls in the same class are okay, and they can also use it by asking the girls to borrow them. Some boys didn't chat with the girls at all, and none of them brought sunscreen, so they were in trouble. I don't have it, and I'm embarrassed to borrow it. Sakakibara was happy to see them in trouble, so he gave them the sunscreen he had brought. Several boys burst into tears of gratitude. Thank you, monitor. Go play, go play. Raku Sakakihara ran out of sunscreen, so he had to borrow it from his sister. At this moment, she was following her small group of girls to change into swimsuits, and had already arrived at the door of the dressing room. Sakakihara Suzu muttered, "Why do you always like to use my things? Brothers and sisters, there is no difference between them." Cut. Suzu Sakakibara curled her lips in disdain, but the corner of her eye was focused on Raku Sakakibara, who was only wearing a pair of beach pants, and she kept looking at her secretly. In fact, it wasn't just her, several girls in the class behind her also gathered around to discuss how the monitor had a good figure. Sakakihara Raku gave his sister a blank expression. It hurts. It still hurts. Haven't you seen enough of your brother? When I was a kid, you would twist me and take a bath together every day. When I was a kid. How can it be compared to now? Sakakihara Suzu smoothed her bangs that were slightly green, and said with encouragement, "And I'm looking to see if there are any injuries on your body." Injury? Why is there an injury? Sakakihara Suzu clenched her fist and put it on his face. I thought those two foxes Chi Minjiu and Juliuli had stabbed you 10 times. How can your brother be such a scumbag, Sakakibara opened his fist. TCH, a scumbag is a scumbag. After saying that, Suzu Sakakihara pulled Amami Yuki, who was standing behind holding her clothes, into the locker room with the other girls. Watching my sister's back disappear, Sakakihara Raku suddenly felt that he was already very happy to have Suzu by his side. He would laugh and joke with her every day and make fun of each other. The key is that when Aling is naughty, I can give her a slap in the face as I should. She wasn't angry either. Sure enough, family affection is also good. Sakakihara thought about this and was about to turn around and walk out when a familiar figure walked out of the women's locker room. The other party was obviously stunned when he saw him. July. Wrong. If you look carefully at the expression, it should be Li Yulai. What's wrong with me? After being separated for too long, Li Yulai and Kyo can no longer tell them apart. Fortunately, Tianhaijuli Yulai was not angry because he called her by the wrong name, but nodded politely to him. Are Lejun waiting for Ling and Yuki here? No, I was just going to meet Fujino and the others to play beach volleyball. Sakakihara Raku's eyes remained motionless. The main reason lies in Tianhaijuli Yulai's bikini swimsuit. She wore a refreshing light blue floral bikini. The upper back of the swimsuit and the sides of the lower body are tied with ropes. The upper body is V-shaped, not only the curve between the two peaks is clearly visible, but also the valley below the clear and translucent collarbone is completely exposed to the eyes. Tianhaijuli Yulai's figure was already tall, and she stood out among women. The legs she showed at this moment were even more slender. However, Li Yulai's legs are long, but they don't look thin, but rather fleshy. The tied parts on the sides of the lower body were cut into a little bit of flesh by the rope. The belly is the same as the belly of Amami Nanamajetsu that Sakakibara Raku saw a long time ago, with mermaid lines. However, the Li Yulai one seems to be tighter. Does it look good? Tianhaijuli seemed to have noticed Sakakibara Raku's gaze, and took the initiative to smile. This is the first time I wear this outfit. First. Yes. Don't you feel embarrassed? I don't. Chi-Chi is very embarrassed. Tianhaijuli Yulai changed the topic slightly, her face turned a little red, but, actually, I'm still a little shy. Sakakibara nodded. July is normal. She looks very provocative, but in fact she is the kind of person who doesn't like to be looked at. Does it look good dressed like this? Tianhaijuli Yulai asked again. It's beautiful. Sakakihara Raku didn't care. If you like it, just watch it openly. Li Yulai's figure is completely the ideal form of a man. Not only is the body curves concave and convex, plump and shapely, but the skin that seems to be flawless seems to be covered with a hazy layer of softness and elasticity unique to girls. If you stretch out your fingers to touch her skin, I'm afraid it will be so soft that you can't help but press your whole palm down and melt into it, right? Just looking at it really makes people think about it. That is. With such a perfect girl's figure, Sakakihara Raku had to pay attention to the stitching marks on the right side of Ruri's belly. As soon as I saw this, my previous interest disappeared. He raised his head again and looked into Tianhaijuli Yulai's sky blue eyes. With such a big scar, any girl would have to worry about it for the rest of her life, right? Not to mention a figure like Li Yulai's. Only then did Sakakibara once again remember how much harm this girl had suffered because of his words and actions. Does it still hurt? No. Tianhaijuli Yulai shook his head. Feel sorry. Apologizing is always powerless, but Sakakibara felt guilty at the moment if he didn't say anything. Raku-kun, let's go. Tianhaijuli Uri took the initiative to avoid the topic, walked down on his own initiative, and took the initiative to hold Sakakibara Raku's hand. Huh, Sakakihara Raku immediately felt the closeness of the girl's skin, and there was always a fragrance on her body. Lejun, don't you want to play beach volleyball? I can accompany you. Aren't you afraid of being caught by your aunt? It's okay. I just play volleyball and my aunt can't say anything. That's okay. Sakakibara couldn't help but look at the injury on her stomach. It would be fine if she was wearing everyday clothes, you wouldn't be able to tell. But as soon as this bikini is worn out, Lejun still cares about my injuries. It's too conspicuous. Anyone would care about it, right? When your classmates see your belly later, they won't be able to help but ask curious questions. Ugly, right? Yes. How about Lejun spending more time with me today? We haven't talked properly for a long time. Tianhaijuli Yulai said with a smile. She took the initiative to hold her hand and pulled her towards the beach with such enthusiasm that Sakakibara felt filled with guilt. What he was thinking about was the scene on the top of the mountain yesterday. Li Yulai was still crying at that time. If you respond to her words, yes. I'm afraid that if it weren't for today, I wouldn't be able to see Li Yulai now, right? It's impossible for her to enthusiastically pull her to play beach volleyball, right? While Sakakihara thought about this, his heart felt heavy. Even though my heart was heavy, I also wanted to laugh. Laughing for no reason. Maybe the smile can release the heavy feelings from Li Yulai in his heart, or maybe he just wants Li Yulai to be happy at this time. As for which one of these is the ultimate, that is unknown. Sakakibara took the initiative to hold Tianhai Jururi's long-lost hand and clasped it with her. She seemed to be happy too, and she pushed back hard with her hands. Luli, let's play a competitive match. Okay, Lejun can call a few more people, and we can play 5-a-side volleyball. Looking back at the women's locker room, Sakakibara Suzu said goodbye to the other girls first, and walked out alone with Amami Yuki, who had changed into a swimsuit. She was wandering around the locker room strangely. Hey, where is my brother? Didn't we agree to take Yuki to play volleyball? I don't think I heard it before. Didn't you hear anything? What Ling said? It seems so. Then where should we go to find him first? He was wearing shorts and most likely didn't have his cell phone. Aunt Zi's side. That's the volleyball side, let's go there now. Good. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 330. Li Yulai, Li Yulai, Li Yulai, wait a moment. Huh? What's wrong? Tianhai Julai stopped walking on the beach and looked back at Sakakihara Raku, who was holding his arm. He must have something to say to himself. Luli is planning to wear this outfit to play volleyball now. Amami Kuruori didn't realize what Sakakibara Raku was referring to for a while, but when his eyes lowered to look at her chest, she immediately understood. Lejun, do you think my clothing is very revealing now? It's a bikini after all. Doesn't it look good? Even I have to spend some time getting used to it. It's not a lie, to be honest, Sakakihara took a sneak peek at Ruri's figure during his contact with her. Now that she was wearing a swimsuit that completely released the seal on her perfect figure, Sakakihara even dared not look directly at her. But it seemed like it was affected by some mysterious gravitational force, and I couldn't look away at all. It feels like Lejun didn't finish what he said. Tianhai Yulai tilted her head in front of him, looked at his face with a curious look, and kept blinking her already very bright eyes. It's not finished yet. Then why don't you tell me? The main reason is that I don't want to express my slightest possessiveness. I was already very selfish because of the Chi Minjiu incident, but now I have to control Li Yulai even for wearing a swimsuit in Hawaii. It is really difficult to express such selfish desires. Lejun. Well, I actually don't want you, Li Yulai, to wear this outfit among your classmates. Sakakibara still frankly told her what he was thinking. He figured it out. In fact, the relationship between it's better to communicate between each other and explain each other's thoughts clearly. Tianhai Yulai blinked. This is a very normal request. Let me think about it. If you are a boy, there is no reason why you would be happy if you put your favorite girlfriend in front of everyone, right? What's more, when everyone looks at me later, they are not only appreciative, but also naked. Desire. Lejun will feel uncomfortable because of this, is that right? Yes, that's the mentality. This is really normal, Tianhaijuli Yulai emphasized. According to ordinary people, it is indeed normal. Amamikuruuri put his finger against Sakakibara Raku's mouth and said with a smile, I know what Raku-kun wants to say, but you are not allowed to mention her. I see. I'm going to go back and change into a swimsuit now. No, I won't wear a bikini anymore. Just wear a t-shirt and shorts. Amamikuruuri took Sakakibara Raku and turned back the way they came. The place where they changed their swimsuits was next door to a clothing store, run by a foreign couple. Just as Liulai said, she changed into a set of bright shorts and a white t-shirt. Fortunately, Liulai is naturally beautiful. This daily outfit makes her lose the charm of a swimsuit, but adds the cuteness of a girl next door. Seeing Amamikuruuri smiling at herself standing at the door of the store after changing her clothes, Sakakibara Raku felt a little happy but also a little guilty. Changed. When she jumped out of the store and took the initiative to hold her hand with a smile, Sakakibara felt more and more like this in her heart. How about we go to the beach for a walk first? Don't you want to play volleyball? There's no rush. I just want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to talk to you more. When Tianhaijuli Yulai heard his words, her mood was turbulent, and she even subconsciously suppressed her smile and lowered her head. How long has it been since I heard Lejun say this to me? What do you want to do with yourself? What do you want to go out with? I want to be with myself all the time. Since that day, I have never spoken these words to myself. When I come home after school every day, there is always no room for me to play games by myself. The person I can chat with every day is gone. Even the replies to my lines have gone from being sure to reply to everyone, to being indifferent, and finally even if he took the initiative to share with him his favorite bento food that he saw on the internet, he would no longer reply to a text message. Tianhaijuli Yulai didn't want to blame him. Knowing that he was sandwiched between himself and Kyo, unable to move. Karen will always have hope for something that is difficult to achieve, and she also hopes that Lejun can be special to her, put aside Kyo, and secretly say a few words to her. For no other reason than that, I just hope that he can take more care of me and give me some comforting words. Well, that's good. Asterisk. The sky was as blue and clear as blue Hawaiian syrup. Strips of alto cumulus clouds looked like freshly chopped ice, floating softly and refreshingly in the sky. The sun is strong and hot, and people feel very hot. It seems that only in the water can they find a hint of coolness. When you step on the beach with your feet, you will be surrounded by a vast coastline and a vast sky. The waves lap gently on the shore, making a soft sound. Listening to the cries of seagulls, the lightness of the sea breeze, and the lively beach activities of people on the shore, the two walked together for a long time. In boredom, Tianhaijuli Yulai put his hands behind his back and began to look down at his toes that were soaked by the waves. Every time he took a step forward, the soft sand began to gently touch his skin, as if a small fish was happily biting his own toes. The soles of the feet are average, gentle and comfortable. She moved her gaze slightly and saw a long series of continuous footprints left behind Sakakibara Raku. Tianhaijuli Yulai walked over intentionally, step after step, using his green feet to deliberately leave the mark of his passing. Sakakibara noticed her movements behind him, stopped and looked back, and asked curiously, "Does Liulai also have this kind of playfulness?" Tianhaijuli Yulai smiled. Her sky blue eyes seemed to contain the breath of the ocean, exuding refreshing and bright colors. Is it not okay? I feel like a kid. Children are so good and carefree. True or false? Would Liulai say that? Yeah, What's the problem? The problem is huge. When it comes to Lee Yuli's childhood, carefreeness doesn't exist at all for her, right? Tianhaijuli Yuli reached out to lift up the flaxen hair that was blown by the sea breeze and tied it behind her ears. She followed the direction of the wind and stared at the blue of the sea, then turned back and said with a smile, "It's precisely because I don't have one that I want to experience it." In my mind, Lejun is the person who made me feel like this for the first time. Why? It's very simple. Tianhaijuli Yuli crossed his index fingers and stretched out towards the leader. He let go and stretched his waist, letting out a girl's unique moaning sound from his throat. If I don't do anything, Lejun will choose to support me. I want to fight when I play games, Lejun will come and accompany me. When I want to eat a love lunch, Lejun will make it for me seriously. When I want to ride a motorcycle out for a long time, Lejun also chooses to accompany me. That trip was really the happiest time during the day. We could ride together on the road at high speed and feel the wind and freedom at night. When we were tired, we could set up tents together, light bonfires, and look for food afterwards. We could rely on each other on the road. Let's chat together, look at the night sky, and then bless each other, leading to tomorrow's future. Also, such a carefree life, being able to travel with the ones you love, witness the never-before-seen scenery together, and take photos amidst the joy and laughter, is the most anticipated longing in life, right? Tianhaijuli Yuli approached him, put her head in front of his thinking face, observed it and asked, "Are Lejun still worried about what happened just now? But I hope Lejun will think so, because at least this proves that Lejun is still reluctant to let me go and is jealous because I was seen by other boys. It's not like I'm not missed." Ruri Sakakihara looked up in thought. "Huh," Tianhaijuli Yuli responded softly immediately. "Do you feel that the relationship between us is much weaker than before?" "There is." "How does it feel?" "I don't want this." To this day, I still think about every day I spent with Lejun near the cultural festival. At that time, I would believe in Lejun wholeheartedly, love Lejun wholeheartedly, and want to learn from Lejun wholeheartedly. Get a response. Even if he smiles at me one more time, I will feel satisfied from the bottom of my heart. "What now?" Sakakibara asked. "Lejun, do you want to hear the truth?" "Say it." Tianhaijuli Yuli stood up with her legs straight, her loose t-shirt fluttering in the sea breeze, and she looked at the horizon of the sea where she couldn't see the edge. The waves were surging, and seagulls were circling in the sky. Her graceful appearance was even more beautiful at this moment. "I still want to trust Lejun completely, but because what happened before will always leave a deep impression on my heart, the wound on my stomach still seems to hurt. Since then, every time Lejun, whenever you make some promises to me, I will think about it. Is it because of July that you said this to me? Will July affect what Lejun said to me?" Compared to yesterday, her mood was much calmer. Lee Yuli has always been a person who values feelings very much, and there are many things she has done for her mother's feelings. She also felt guilty for choosing to deceive herself in order to make her sister happy. This emotion has stayed with her to this day. She also felt indescribable gratitude because she chose to forgive her. After that, every time I held Ruri in my arms, I watched her wholeheartedly want to be good for herself, want to take care of herself, and want to love myself properly. Sakakibara really felt that sometimes if you choose to forgive, you will gain more things. And after that, Lee Yuli had indeed never deceived herself in any way. "Lejun, I know that for people who have cheated, it is a shameful illusion to gain 100% trust. So after that day in the hospital, even if I knew Lejun's thoughts, even if I knew that Lejun lied to me about my feelings, even now I still have lingering fears about that incident. But I have never thought of giving up my brother's feelings for Lejun. It's just like what Lee Jun said just now, because the recent distance between us is too far, our feelings have become much weaker, and our love for each other has also become much weaker. Amamikuru looked at Sakeki Hararaku calmly and smiled lightly. What I have to admit is that these days of fighting with Kyo, I am really affected by her emotions too much. In most cases, it is just because of fighting with her, not because of Lejun. So if I really think about Lejun all the time, I'm afraid Kyo and I won't choose to quarrel in front of Lejun, right? After talking to this point, the feelings between myself and Liuli became clearer and clearer. It has indeed faded a lot now. What she said is also correct. For those who have been deceived, it is a shameful illusion to gain 100% trust. It is an unrealistic idea and an unethical behavior. This sentence applies equally to myself and Liuli. It is also an elusive goal for him to regain the sweetness he had with Liuli in the past. Sakakibara raised his head and met the eyes of Tianhai Jurili. She is smiling. Smiling to herself amid the fluttering flaxen hair. Sakakibara also laughed inexplicably. This smile seems to be unfounded and unrealistic. But it's like two people feel a sense of comfort after fully understanding each other's thoughts. Through this mutual smile, Sakeki Hararaku can be 100% sure that now he and Ruri have reached a consensus. Such a subconscious, mental fit. On the contrary, it is more comfortable and more open-minded than reaching out to touch each other. What are Lejun laughing at? Instead, I want to ask Liuli what she is laughing at. She is obviously talking about something about how we can no longer trust each other and how our feelings have faded. Sometimes, Lejun is so mean on purpose. Why am I broken? No, ask. I'm not convinced by this. Maybe I guessed wrongly what Liuli was thinking just now? Maybe asking her directly would be more accurate. Lejun is 100% sure that he is not wrong in his mind. It's really annoying. You have said so many things to me, and I have answered so many things, and you still ask. Do you have to tell me that you like me when you confess your feelings? Please tell me everything you want to date me. What's the matter? It's nice to express your emotions directly from your heart. Liar, just now I asked Lejun if he didn't want me to wear a swimsuit for other people to see, and Lejun was still mincing words. So didn't I just say it later? That was later. Some people even used the moonlight is so beautiful to express their love euphemistically. Sakeki Hara suddenly felt that he couldn't speak well of her, but there was a kind of unreasonable kindness in his heart. I want to be closer to Liuli, a girl who is kind to me. Sakeki Hara came to her side and stretched out his hand to her. Here. What? Tianhai Juliuli was smiling. Asking knowingly, Rakia Sakeki Hara smiled and answered her with the same tone and words she just said. Wouldn't it be better to just say you want to hold hands with me? Some people use the moonlight is so beautiful to express their love euphemistically, Sakeki Hara emphasized again. There is really nothing we can do about Lejun. Tianhai Juliuli smiled nicely and responded to his gesture of reaching out. 10 hands are clasped together. Their palms were connected, and they both subconsciously clasped each other tightly. Feel the delicacy, thickness, softness, and peace of mind conveyed by the other person's palm. The two continued walking along the edge of the beach, next to the crowd. Lueli. Well, Lejun, tell me, I will always listen. I understand what you just said. Which sentence? It is a shameful fantasy for people who have been deceived to expect to gain 100% trust. What's wrong with this sentence? That's right. But it's an inevitable fact that everyone makes mistakes. Everyone is imperfect and makes mistakes in life. Sometimes we may make poor judgments, say the wrong things, and do the wrong things, but that doesn't mean we are bad people or can't correct our mistakes. Tianhai Juliuli listened patiently, watching the sand grains lifted by his feet on the waves, and watching the wet sand grains on these feet disappear in the next wave. She clasped Sakeki Hararaku's hand tightly. We are always growing and improving through trial and error. Every time we make a mistake, we can see it as an opportunity. We can use this opportunity to reflect on our behavior, recognize our mistakes, and work hard to correct them. It is precisely because we all make mistakes, so we have the opportunity to grow and become better. If you do something wrong, the important thing is to always face the problem bravely, think seriously, and explore ways to solve the problem, and take action to prove it with practice. To express that I will never make the same mistake again. So, Lee Yulai, are you still willing to try to get back our previous relationship with me? Sakakibara spoke naturally, without so much heaviness and baggage. On the contrary, it seemed that after understanding each other, the words were as gentle and simple as the sea breeze blowing on the face. Lejun, are you confessing to me? Tianhaijuli Yulai squeezed his hand, and it took him a long time to react. She tilted her head and looked at his face. So be it. Second confession. As long as you like it. But what if I ask Lejun to voluntarily give up July? Then Li Yulai can choose to reject me. Can't you give up July for me? No, likewise, Li Yulai, I won't give up on you just for Kyo. Scumbag Tianhaijuli Yulai pouted. I know. Shout to the sea that I am a scumbag. Sakaki Hararaku did not hesitate, and shouted the same meaning 3 times in a row to the rushing waves in Chinese, Japanese, and English. The waves rolled gently, but there was no response even though they were obviously very big. No one on the beach noticed him. It seemed that there was only one person next to him who was watching with his eyes and watching seriously. Just when he was about to shout for the 4th time, Tianhaijuli Yulai stopped him by shouting, "Okay, stop shouting. Doing this will make Ruri happy." Sakaki Hara put down his hands holding his mouth. I'm not happy. I just want to vent my dissatisfaction for me, and there is no such simple thing. I originally wanted you to shout to the crowd, but after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Why do you feel sorry for me, a scumbag? Because when I was most helpless, only this scumbag would feel sorry for me. Amamai Kuruuri's answer left Sakaki Bararaku speechless for a long time. The two continued walking along the beach. I want to ask why Lejun treats Kyo like this. I have lied to Chi-Chi too many times and I cannot do that to her after she is still willing to believe me time and time again. Oh well. Tianhaijuli Yulai's tone was very long, and her feet were gently kicking the sand on the beach, as if she was having a psychological struggle with herself. Promise me. Yet Tianhaijuli Yulai nodded, but Lejun, don't think that this will completely conquer me again. I just won't pay too much attention to the fact that Lejun will still keep July. If I have the chance, I can be a good sister in July, and I will do it. No reason, just because Lejun can only be mine. Ruri is too strong. Sakakibara smiled knowingly. Ruri emphasized that he belonged to her, which was unexpectedly cute. Our relationship is equal now. Besides, doesn't Lejun also hope that I belong to you only? And we have agreed that we must forgive each other and treat each other sincerely from now on. Did I say that? I hate it. You're joking at this time. Tianhaijuli Yulai punched him twice in the chest. Then I'll say it again seriously. Sakaki Hara smiled and covered up. Okay, Tianhaijuli Yulai immediately stopped and said to him seriously, if you are serious, you must say it seriously, and Lejun must look into my eyes and say it. Well, Li Yulai also said it with me, let's see if we can also be connected. Good. This time, there was no sense of fun. Sakaki Bararaku and Amamai Kuriyuri, who raised their heads, met their eyes and looked at each other. They both said to each other solemnly, sincerely, and from the bottom of their hearts. From now on, we must treat each other sincerely and never cheat on each other forever. From now on, we must treat each other sincerely and never cheat on each other in any way until eternity. Why is the last word of Li Yulai wrong? It's obviously Lejun who is wrong. Forever is almost the same as eternity, it's not that different. I'm better than Lejun, okay. Have it? Of course, semantically, both forever and eternity mean a state that has no end, but they are slightly different in degree. Eternity emphasizes the infinite extension of time, which means that it continues to happen or exist without an end. And eternity is more emphasizing the essential attributes of things, means they are unchangeable and unchangeable in time and space. Therefore, eternity is to a greater extent emphasizing infinity and stability more than eternity. As Amamai Kuruori spoke, she saw Sakakibara Raku, who was stunned by what she said. She continued to smile. That's why Lejun always loses to me in the Mandarin test. Forget it, I lose this time. But does Liulai feel anything? What you said just now is very embarrassing. Isn't there a vow that can only be said with extreme seriousness? Perhaps. This is the difference between girls and boys. Anyway, Sakaki Hararaku now feels embarrassed by a lot of what he said just now. Liulai thought it was a sign of serious feelings. Come Tianhaiju. Liulai held out his little finger. Pull the hook. What are you doing with the hook? It's time to pull the hook. If Lejun doesn't pull the hook with me, I will stab Lejun in the waist with my knife from now on. Horrible. But why not stab him in the heart? He would die faster that way. Because, feeling distressed, Tianhaiju Liulai smiled sweetly. What a bad joke. It was a joke, but Sakaki Hararaku and Amamai Kuruori hooked their fingers together, and their thumbs met each other. The two looked at each other and smiled, then walked back to the beach again. This is the first oath in my life, I cannot break it. Disobey. Liulai, you stabbed me 80 times and I didn't even fight back. I always feel like a big scumbag would say this to people. Want a kiss now? More like a scumbag. I don't want it. Kissing now is just cheap. Sakakibara laughed. What made her laugh was not only the happiness she felt when joking with herself, but also the fact that Liulai now truly placed herself on an equal footing with herself. Liulai is really growing. How about a kiss? The swimsuit Liulai wore just now was so beautiful, but it's a pity that I can't take another look at it. Amamai Kuruori took advantage of Sakakibara Raku's lack of attention, slightly stood on tiptoes, and stayed on his lips for a second. At this second, Sakakibara was convinced again. Liulai's whole body is soft and delicate. Naturally, the same applies to the lips, which are completely moist, mixed with a slightly sweet taste, and exude a girl's fragrance that seems to be Liulai's own. Sakakibara pecked her lips gently, and he could feel the melting softness in an instant. But after she left Sakaki Hararaku, she would once again show him those bright eyes filled with love and a little shyness. Her sky blue eyes were always reflecting her own appearance. It's gone. Come less. Don't be greedy. Luli is cutest when she's shy. Let's kiss her again. No. Even so, we still kissed for a few seconds longer. Luli still likes kissing. Don't talk nonsense. Okay, okay. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 331. The transparency of the sea water is not high. The blue sea water is a little dark green, mixed with a hint of white waves, and the waves hitting the beach are slightly turbid. The sun is dazzling, but it doesn't help the tourists and children on the beach to play sports and play. Tianhaize was lying under a parasol wearing sunglasses, with a glass of lemon juice beside him. Whenever the refreshing sea breeze blows, she will alternately change her long legs on the lounge chair and continue to enjoy half of the sunbath from the side. Comfortable. Stretching and lazily turning sideways, she saw two people walking from the many sunshade tents on the left, and subconsciously opened a slightly squinted eye under her sunglasses. Ale and Liulai, were you chatting over there? No wonder we didn't see any shadows just now. Tianhaize took a sip of lemon juice from the cup, put his head in his hands, and continued to lie on the beach chair. Although it is not yet known how the relationship between the two children is progressing, as long as the eldest brother knows about the old man's private movements, it is impossible not to be angry, right? Once the old man's thoughts are known to his elder brother, he will definitely inform Xiaoqi and Xiaoju. Those two children are smarter than me to a certain extent, and I believe they also understand what they should do at this stage. After suppressing the extreme relationship between a few people yesterday, I didn't expect Xiaoju to start taking action so quickly. This also proves that there is no deviation in my assumptions. If that's the case, then just help Yuki wholeheartedly. Tianhaize stretched her body again as her face faced the bright summer sun that had sneaked out from the corner of the parasol. Asterisk. Lu Li, if you wear this outfit now, it won't be too hot to play beach volleyball, right? Tianhai Yuli glanced at the loose white t-shirt on his upper body and the loose shorts on his lower body. She held Raku Sakakihara's arm and replied, "Isn't it that Raku-kun doesn't want me to be seen by passers-by? It's natural. But I'm not worried about what you will do if it's too hot to play volleyball later. The weather is already hot, and girls must wear underwear after wearing a t-shirt, right? Speaking of which, I asked you to change just now. This outfit really lacks thought." Happy. Just when Sakakibara was thinking about whether to take Ruri back to buy a new swimsuit, someone called his name from behind. Sakakihara turned around. Sakakihara, Suzu and Amamai Yuki were standing in front of them. Tianhai's Higsu wore a white and blue split navy-style crew neck split swimsuit. There is a large blue bow on the chest of the upper part of the swimsuit, with lace embellishments on both sides. The collarbone is open, and you can slightly see the curves extending inwards on both sides of the chest, which is very unobvious. The lower body is relatively less conservative and is a set of boxer swimsuit bottoms with white lace. The graceful curves of her legs can be seen very well, attracting absolute attention. The little feet as white as jade step directly on the beach, with a little bit of sand on the green skin. But it's strange. Yuki obviously has a pure style, and her swimsuit is also pure and conservative. But once this swimsuit showed off her already sizable breasts, flat belly, slightly provocative belly button, and exposed a considerable part of her thigh skin, it looked inexplicably imaginative. Cute, Sakakibara said subconsciously at the first sight. The clothes chosen by Ling Tianhai's Higsu replied without blinking, her face as calm as the sea. Then he was pulled by Tianhai Yuli beside him, but her eyes remained on Higsu. The hand movements seemed to be a jealous reminder to the girlfriend after she caught her boyfriend looking at another girl. "I just said it was cute, it's not necessary. What if I compliment another boy on how handsome he is?" The two communicated in low voices. Suzu Sakakihara wore a loose pink tube top skirted one-piece swimsuit. The upper body is pink, and the lower body is also pink. If Raku Sakakihara could use one adjective to describe Suzu's swimsuit, it would be, little girl. He almost couldn't help laughing after seeing it. "Smelly Lele. What are you laughing at?" Sakakihara. Suzu clenched her trembling fists, closed her eyes, and suppressed anger was beating all over her forehead. "Sorry. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to smile." "You mean to smile, right?" Sakakihara. Suzu seemed to be gritting her teeth, on the verge of getting angry. "I really don't mean to disrespect you, I just have an unexpected sense of contrast. No, I really want to laugh. But to be honest, apart from the fact that Ailing's swimsuit looks like a little girl's, there's really nothing that can't be said about her. Ailing also has a good figure, and her exposed shoulders with shoulder straps are very beautiful. As a girl, she is not short, and her legs are long due to her height ratio, and she is very cute and fleshy. The most important thing is that people's faces are very cute. There are unknown fans on the internet who admire Ling and praise her as a little angel. If I had to describe what type of beautiful girl Ling is, it would be that she stands on the stage, in the spotlight, and is the dazzling energetic girl idol who serves as the C position of the team. As long as she looks at the camera, the screen, and the audience, and throws a cute, sunny, and bright wink, she doesn't know how many viewers will be moved by her charm. Certainly. That kind of image is only reflected on the stage. In private, she will always be a sister who is occasionally naughty, and occasionally wronged. Forget it, I won't argue with people who don't understand appreciation. Sakakibara Suzu crossed her arms proudly. Not long after Sakakibara Suzu crossed her chest with her hands, her purple eyes glanced at Amami Kurayuri next to Sakakibara Suzu. She and Yuki had just seen her brother and Juliuli walking together, and they felt very strange. It turned out that the guy hadn't been seen for so long, so he secretly went to have a private meeting with a woman. Since Suzu was holding the sword of Shokata that held the power of life and death for several people, Raku Sakakibara had no choice but to stand up, cough twice and explain to her seriously. I just went to communicate with Liuli about our previous affairs. The explanation is just a cover-up. Why are you so tactful? A private meeting is a private meeting, but I also said it on the bus yesterday. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will not stand in the way. Sakakibara Suzu said this, but she still felt strange in her heart. If Chi Minjio and Juliuli hadn't had such a quarrel that they almost jumped off a cliff, she wouldn't have compromised with her brother like this. From her perspective, it would be better if Kiju was gone. How could there be a secret meeting between Juliuli and her brother behind his uncle's back, and she would help hide it? Am I too soft-hearted? Sure enough, I am an angel. Just as she was thinking this, another fox came over. Tian Haikimingyu wore a sky blue off-shoulder top with a touch of milky white. Collarbone neckline fully covered. The bust lace is completely covered. The lower body is also completely covered by the skirt. Apart from exposing her strapless shoulders and slender neck, all that was left was her beautiful face that usually had no expression, and looked even colder than Tianhai's Higsyu's dullness. If it is said that the snow is a little sensational under the purity, that day Haikimingyu was pure and had absolute charm. This is mostly due to her superior and perfect figure, which covers enough parts, but instead highlights the charm of her belly, long legs, and face. In addition, this guy is usually very elegant and perfect. Sakakibara Suzu looked up and down at the approaching Amami Nanamajetsu, but you are wearing clothes, can you call it a swimsuit? Why not? Strange, why do you two dress so conservatively? Isn't this a beach in Hawaii? The bikini is the key point, okay. Sakakibara Suzu looked left and right and found that only the old man wearing a pair of beach shorts had the most exposed body. Tian Haikimingyu, then why doesn't Sister Chan wear it? Me? I can't wear it, okay, Sakakibara Suzu answered naturally. I almost forgot about this. Tian Haikimingyu covered her mouth lightly. Suzu Sakakibara suddenly reacted, damn it, don't laugh at me. Your breasts are amazing. Women with big breasts are the most stupid. Speaking of breasts, Sakakibara Suzu accidentally glanced at the breasts of 3 women nearby. It seems that I am the youngest. Tianhai Juliuli interrupted with a smile, Lingzhang, this sentence is inappropriate. Although Sakakibara Suzu felt that big-breasted women were disgusting, after thinking about it carefully, she realized that it would be a bad idea to have too many enemies, except Sister Ruri. Then she suddenly saw the snow in the sky and sea. Sakakibara Suzu quickly added, except Yuki. Tian Haikimingyu held her forehead and shook her head, Sister Chan, if you think I am the only one who is brainless, you can just say so. Who told you to laugh at my flat chest as soon as I came up? What's wrong with my flat chest? People with flat chests are the cutest. People with flat chests are the most reliable. People with flat chests are the most dash. Tian hai kaiming yu, huh. Sakaki Hara Suzu couldn't think of what to say next, so she paused for a long time before adding, flat-chested people are also the smartest. Sister Chan, you really dare to say that? What's there to say? It's a fact. Sakaki Hara Suzu shook her finger. Some people must be kept in the dark and don't even know that their boyfriends have been snatched away. Tian Hai Kaimingyu followed her words and asked, pretending to be anxious, who is the woman you are talking about? Someone knows in his heart, but it doesn't matter if I tell you in person now. The relationship between my brother and Yuki is extremely good. Even if the relationship between you and him eases, it is impossible to win over Yuki, Suzu Sakakibara said eloquently. As someone who has been there, I still suggest that you two try other carrot pits. This is the advice of a wise man. Nanami was able to hide the joy in her heart well from bursting out, so she silently watched Sakaki Hara Suzu say these words. Sakaki Hara Raku looked at it with black lines on his head. We can't let these women get together. There will definitely be competition when we get together. These women like to compete with each other. So he came out to smooth things over. Okay, let's not quarrel today, okay. Just have a normal beach holiday. Everyone is fine with that. Several people chose the next activity -5v5 men and women playing free beach volleyball. Amamai Kururi and Sakakibara Raku will definitely participate. Sakakibara Suzu was not interested in this physically demanding sport, so she sat with Amamai Nanamajetsu and Amamai Wayuki at the spectator seats on the edge of the beach, hugging their legs and watching the match. Calling teacher Zi, we gathered the remaining 8 students from the 3 classes who knew how to play volleyball, and divided them into male and female groups. Sakaki Hara Raku and Amamai Kururi happened to be on both sides. In terms of gender, this grouping is indeed unfair, but the girls who play volleyball have to challenge the boys, so this game is quite interesting. The girls who play volleyball are very tall, and Li Yulai, who is 170 centimeters tall, is only average among them, while the boys are even taller. Raku Sakakibara has always been known as a sports ace in school. Whether it is tennis, running, or basketball, he has a very high standard. In other words, these two people are core figures in both teams. As the game began, Tianhai Kaimingyu turned its attention to the defense. The central figure in the volleyball team is undoubtedly his sister, Tianhai Julie Yulai. Every jump, every extremely accurate and eye-catching lift and shot made even the boys on the side who didn't understand volleyball feel goosebumps. She directed her teammates to guard against the attacker's fast break ball while overlooking the battle situation. He accurately timed the opponent's return pass and signaled the receiving player to steadily lift the attacking team's volleyball under the command of Sakakibara Raku. Galloping around the court, running back and forth on the flight path of the ball, Tianhai Julie Yulai received a smash from the opponent with his superb skills. Then it's up to the secondary attacker to hit him back perfectly. The boys on the offensive side did not show any weakness. After receiving the return pass, they passed the ball twice in one shot, and Sakakibara Raku, who was always ready, launched a high-speed smash. At this time, the surrounding students watching the battle were silent. Because everyone knows that Raku Sakakibara's offensive ball is difficult to catch. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the lifted volleyball, and Sakaki Hara Raku swatted it down. Bang! Catch it! Return the message, quickly return the message. Defend to the end. The calls of the defensive teammates who were prepared in advance echoed on the court. The receiver gritted his teeth and ran hard to the ball's landing point. He half knelt on the ground, using his trembling arms, and tried his best to pass the ball to the setter. Hand. And the setter. Monitor. The volleyball jumped high, as if shining in the sun. Rustle. The white feet scraped the sand and made a sound. Tianhaijuli Yuli quickly adjusted her position and posture, and jumped up gracefully under the sunlight. Bang! She made the same power movement as the boys, using her arms and wrists to smash the ball back. Oh, it's kind of exciting. Sakakibara Suzu hugged her legs and watched in ecstasy. She subconsciously opened her mouth and was surprised for a long time. The boys who were watching had already been attracted by Liuli's beautiful figure as she jumped up. However, before a few people could recall that highlight moment, the attacker launched a new round of attack. The two sides were playing more and more anxiously, and even some foreigners who often come here to play volleyball couldn't help but gather around to watch. The popularity is growing. However, the score was always held tightly by both sides to recover. Even though Sakaki Hararaku's overall strength is greater than Amamikuruuri's due to her gender, she relies on her perfect and excellent command to ensure that the male attackers do not score. After the girls' team switched to the offensive side, they began to chase the opponent's score. I just played very reluctantly, very reluctantly, very reluctantly. The score came to 12-10. The beach volleyball game has entered the most critical moment. The players' breathing has become rapid, they are sweating profusely, and their eyes are full of tension. Even if everyone wanted to admire the long white legs of the girls, they had to focus entirely on the confrontation in the battle. If the remaining 2 points cannot be scored in these only 5 minutes, then the game will be declared over. No one wants to admit defeat. The girl on the offensive side served first, but it was clear that the girl was the attacker, but the opponent took advantage of the male strength and launched a fierce offensive against the attacker. The boys' receiving player steadily passed a beautiful second pass. The boys' secondary attacker jumped like a tiger, and a steady and powerful curve ball broke through the air and flew to the attacking team's court in an instant. Defend. Defend. Block. The female player reacted quickly, jumped up, and blocked the ball with both hands. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew to another player. Another player reacted quickly and jumped up to kick back. The ball flew through the air and passed through the opponent's defense in an instant. But before he could be happy, the boy on the defensive side was well prepared and actually blocked the ball and hit it back. His movements were as steady as a rock, leaving almost no time for the defensive players to react. It's over, the deputy attacker has given up. Misaki. Monitor. A classmate named Misaki accelerated towards the ball's foothold, and used a sliding step that made her body lose all balance to lift the ball. While eating sand from the side of her face, she passed the ball in front of Amamikuruuri. Tianhaijuli Yuli looked upward. At this moment, when time seemed to have stopped, it seemed that the only thing in his eyes was the rotating sphere in the air. Her eyes were focused, her body tilted forward slightly, her steps moved backwards, her knees slightly bent, and the second after Misaki sacrificed herself to catch the ball, she ran, sprinted and jumped as soon as the volleyball came. Jump into the air. The soft body is displayed in the air, and the majestic figure blooms in the air. This situation. The male students present opened their mouths and were in an uproar. Even the tourists, foreigners, and children who came to watch the game couldn't help but look sideways at her. It shines brightly as if it is at the center of the world. Even time became stagnant and slow at this moment. Seeing the scene at this moment, Sakaki Harasuzu couldn't help but think to herself. It turns out that sports can become so artistic. With a determined expression and a fluttering ponytail, Tianhaijuli Yuli's white but powerful right hand caught the rotating ball with the palm of his hand. His movements were fast and smooth, like a bolt of lightning. One shot. Bang. The ball flew through the air, its trajectory suddenly changed direction, and when it landed in the opponent's half, the ball drew a gorgeous arc in the air. Call out. A whistle blew with Tianhai's smile, officially ending the game. Finish. The final score of the game was 12-12. After all the spectators saw this difficult goal successfully scored, and after 2 or 3 seconds of blankness, there was thunderous applause and cheers from all around the beach field. When the girls saw the ball successfully landing in the opponent's half, they jumped up with joy and raised their hands in the air to cheer. When the girls' teammates heard the news, they ran over excitedly and celebrated the score with Julie with hugs and words of encouragement. Sweating and exhausted, some of the boys sat down on the beach because they were exhausted. "It's true, sister." "What?" Sakeki Harasuzu heard that it was Amami Nanamajetsu beside her speaking. "Obviously, sister can do things perfectly and excel, and enjoy the admiration of countless people, but that's not it. After all, for sister, such things are very short-lived. What outsiders pursue is only her strength and appearance. They are all short-lived. The moment of glory. Listen to what you said. Why are Julie arguing with you so much? Do you really like my brother that much?" "I can only answer my sister Chan, what my brother has entrusted to me, and what my sister has been looking for more than 10 years. The game was tied, and since then the volleyball players organized by the 3 classes have entered the half-time break. Although it is sand, many people have suffered some scratches from the previous exercise. The same goes for Julie." Sakeki Hara held her right wrist in the lounge and looked carefully at her red and swollen area. "What are you doing so hard for? After all, my opponent is you, Lejun. I'm only one of the 5 team members. If I had known it would hurt so much to hit you, I would have held back." Tianhai Julie, who had her legs together in front of the wooden bench, covered her mouth with her left hand and said with a slight smile, "I am not the only girl injured by Lejun, why don't you care about them?" "What are you talking about?" Raku Sakeki Hara picked up an ice bag filled with ice cubes and applied it to her wrist. "Injuries during the game are normal. I will apologize to them after the game, but this is also a choice to respect their strength. I won't worry too much about the consequences." "Then why do you take care of me so much?" Tianhai Julie asked again after observing his movements for a long time. "Luli." "Huh?" Tianhai Julie seemed to be looking at him stupidly, half smiling. "You're asking questions knowingly, right?" "No, Lejun." "What are you talking about? You are still pretending to be like this, but it's fine. Since you want to listen, then I'll do it." Sakeki Hara put his head next to her face, blowing softly and gently. He said quietly to her, "It's not because I like you." These words flowed into my heart like a warm current. His whole body seemed to soften. Tianhai Julie noticed that he was blushing even when he was prepared, so he couldn't help but suppress his emotions, looked at him and said, "Not so satisfied?" "Huh? Why are you not satisfied?" We just decided to reconcile again." "Don't you feel a little frivolous when Lejun says this now?" "No way." Li Yulai didn't want to hear it, so I suppressed the embarrassment and told you. This is really a bad person who complained first, and all the good intentions were wasted. But I never said I wanted to hear this." Tianhai Julai's voice had weakened a lot. Li Yulai actually learned to be tough-tongued in Shu, which is not good. Sakeki Hararaku was not going to let her go, so while she was holding the ice pack on her wrist, she leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Lu Li." Just calling her name gently, mixing the heat of her breath into it, made her body visibly tremble. Tianhai Julie, who was already overwhelmed by his long-lost "I like you" just now, suddenly softened as if he was melting. Her eyes trembled, as if she was dissatisfied, uneasy, or unsatisfied, and she stared weakly at the smiling Sakeki Hararaku in front of her. "How was it?" he asked. "I didn't say anything." Ruri Raku Sakeki Hara shouted into her ear again with hot air in his mouth. "It's so foul." "What's the foul? How can there be such a thing? What the hell, I'm calling your name." Sakeki Hara leaned towards her delicate and beautiful ear again, "Liu." But before she could finish her words, Li Yulai used her left hand to push her away in shyness, Please don't call me that. Are you shy? No way. And no one is so close to someone who just said they wanted to reconcile. Amamikururi was saying complaining words, but in Sakakibara Raku's eyes, she was just using these words to hide her inner mood and shy emotions. Otherwise, why would she have closed her hands and tightened her thighs, moving back and forth cutely? Speak quickly, were you deliberately trying to induce me to say that I like you just now? Where is it? I really didn't let Lejun tell me. Luli, don't avoid the topic. I'm talking about inducing, not whether you asked me to say that. Dot. If you don't speak, I will pry your mouth open just like I did just now. Dot. What to use? She asked quietly. Dot. Of course it means kissing. Are you expecting it? No, no. Tianhaijuli Yuli turned her red face to one side. Lu Li. Tianhaijuli Yuli couldn't help but glance at him. The more he glanced at him, the more handsome he felt in her mind. That face just now came close to me, blowing hot air and not saying anything, but also said ambiguous words to myself. So annoying. Dot. What are you doing, calling me like that? You played volleyball really beautifully just now. Dot. It's not like Lejun is letting off steam. I just didn't use that much strength, but I used all my skills. The main reason is that my glass is so beautiful. Dot. Sakaki Hararaku seems to have discovered something. Luli is so cute. Dot. My Liuli is perfect and beautiful, and she is always looked at by other boys. Those eyes that want to pursue you make me feel very uncomfortable. Oh, I don't know what those people are looking at my girlfriend, right? Must be jealous that Liuli is so beautiful and still wants to be my girlfriend and wants to like me. Dot. My home. Lejun, please don't say these words in such a disturbing way. What makes you shy? Tianhaijuli Yuli was like a little girl at this moment, dissatisfied, and said in a pouting tone, Lejun just knows it in his heart, why do you say it out loud? He knows that I can't hear these things the most. But I'm telling the truth. Liuli is very good, recognized by everyone as being good. You, who are like an angel in everyone's mind, are lucky enough to like me, and I feel lucky. The time was inexplicably restless for a long time. Tianhaijuli Yuli worked hard to calm down the chaotic mood. Finally, she raised her sky blue eyes and stared at him with watery eyes. Lejun. How come you are so good at saying these words? You didn't practice with other girls, did you? Ahem, Sakakibara became serious. To be honest, I didn't learn it on purpose. I just wanted to tease you with the mentality of teasing my girlfriend. But I also mean it. Real. We just agreed not to cheat. You really think I'm beautiful? Very cute. Of course, if Liuli is not beautiful, then who can be beautiful? And doesn't everyone say so? Liuli isn't confident yet. It's not that I don't have confidence. And I think it's completely different after Lejun said this. Then let me say it again, Liuli is so cute. Don't, stop talking. Do you believe it now? Then, I believe you. Cute, so cute. Every time he saw Ruri like this, Sakakibara couldn't help but think that there was no need to push her to such an emotional level. She is just an ordinary girl who longs for ordinary love. She can be less outstanding, less unattainable. All she needs is someone who can walk into her heart and give her warmth at critical moments. To do this, she will show her cute side, her strong side, and her soft side. Likewise, she will be unconfident and seek recognition. What she always wanted was really just such a simple thing. Does your wrist still hurt? It still hurts. If it were ordinary Liuli, it would never hurt. So, Tianhaijuli Yuli looked at him again, I would only say that when you are in front of me. This sentence represents her weakness. It also represents the support she needs in her heart. Only when she is willing to regard herself as someone she can trust can she show her softness despite her strength. Do you want a hug? You won't think I'm too weak, right? Tianhaijuli Yulai seemed to be looking for support, but for some reasons, he didn't dare to lean on me directly. Everyone has a weak side. Li Yulai, who was so shining and strong on the beach just now, can rely on me now. This is the most gratifying thing. Sakakihara paused for a while, then took the initiative to let her lean closer to him. In just a moment, her whole body softened in his arms. Happy. What broke the world between the two of them was an ethereal and soft sound. What appeared in front of the two people was Tianhai's Higsu. Tianhaijuli Yulai also hurriedly broke away from his arms because of the sudden arrival of an outsider, so as not to be seen in an embarrassing way. Sakakihara Raku's expression remained unchanged. He just looked back at Tianhai's Higsu's innocent face. What's wrong? The ice pack and ointment that Ellie wants. Sakakibara saw what Amami no Yuki was holding and took it. Oh, please Yuki, please bring it over. Well, can we still go play together tomorrow? There will be a diving activity tomorrow. Of course it's okay for everyone to join us. I thought that Amami Nazuki would leave after delivering the things, but she didn't expect that. She slowly walked to the wooden bench next to Sakakibara Raku and sat down. What's wrong? Sakakihara turned his head and asked her proactively. I haven't spoken to Ellie yet today. Tianhai's Higsu returned his gaze, then lowered his head and looked at his feet dangling in mid-air. Yuki's purpose is very simple, she just wants to talk to Sakakihara Raku. The music she recently composed for Sakakihara Raku is already in the perfection stage and she wants him to see and listen to it. If possible, I hope he can give me a gift. Anything is fine. As long as it's a gift you can hold. She will treasure it for a lifetime. Just like the snow girl pottery doll that I look at every night. But at this time, in Tianhaijuli Yulai's eyes, this was not the case. Yuki's behavior of invading two people's space is actually a statement of status. Amami Kuruori took another look at Sakakibara Raku's side face next to him. I don't know what's going on in my mind. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 332. After a day at the beach, while my spirit was fully healed, my stomach couldn't help but growl. Located in the buffet hall on the second floor of a luxury hotel, students and tourists are constantly entering, eating and leaving this place in twos and threes. There is a corner seat by the window of the restaurant, and the floor-to-ceiling window on the right is the tourist street adjacent to the beach. Coconut trees and street lamps are scattered all over the street, and people in cool clothes are exploring culture, food, and novel dances in the busy city. Tianhai Kaimingyu withdrew her gaze from her classmates who were talking down the street, and focused her gaze on her sister opposite her. Tianhaijuli Yulai was enjoying the pan-fried steak cut into small pieces with an iron fork. Tianhai Kaimingyu looked at the bandaged wrist of her right hand and said, Brother, did you bandage your sister? Huh? Yes. Tianhaijuli Yulai stopped eating steak, glanced at the gauze bandaged on his wrist, and took the initiative to smile at his sister. Lejun helped me bandage it. I have reason to wonder if my sister intentionally injured her hand so that my brother can care about you, sister. July shouldn't have said that. But as the sister of twins, why couldn't Tianhaijuli Yulai understand her sister's sour and jealous words? She kept smiling and reminded, no matter how much my sister wants to win over you in Kyoto, she will not use such tricks. Small means are used to gain attention. As long as you go all out on the volleyball court, injuries are accidental, unavoidable, and a very normal thing. Is it because of my brother's instruction that I don't wear a swimsuit during the day? Nature. Is he jealous? Chi should understand in his heart. After hearing this, Tian Hai Kaimingyu already had a fairly high level of understanding of sister today's progress, and she complained. I really don't know whether my sister's emotional level has become higher or it's just luck that she was able to do this on the first day. Don't say that in July. It's just that Lejun doesn't resist reconciliation. Peace is what he likes and hopes to see. Tian Hai Kaimingyu did not comment, then raised her head, changed the topic and asked. So, how is your sister asking about Yuki? Fine. What do you mean it's okay? Lejun's attitude towards Yuki is not bad. Tian Hai Yulai finished the steak in his mouth in small sips before continuing. Lejun doesn't want to accept Yuki now. Don't want to accept it? My brother is overflowing with sympathy, right? Amamai Kuruori had to admit that his younger sister knew Sakaki Bararaku very well. She nodded and admitted. That's right. Tian Hai Kaimingyu didn't think for a second, and expressed her understanding calmly. Since brother doesn't want to accept Yuki's feelings because of our relationship, but also because he is soft-hearted, he definitely can't let it go. In this state of neither getting up nor getting down, there are only two ways to deal with Yuki's feelings. One is to choose to put it away. Snow's feelings are transferred to other people. Tian Hai Yulai continued, but Lejun will definitely not do this. Otherwise, why would you call him a scumbag? Tian Hai Kaimingyu said with half-closed eyes, and then continued, the second reason is that he tried to correct Yuki's feelings towards him. The guess is completely consistent with the reality. Tian Hai Yulai nodded, and his sister was absolutely right. Tian Hai Kaimingyu pinched her eyebrows and said in a helpless tone, obviously, either brother is still correcting it now, or the correction has failed. Plans for July. What am I going to do? Where is my sister? Tian Hai Yulai thought for a while. Dad doesn't know what the quarrel with Grandpa is going to be, but it's obvious that the situation has been found out and we can't let it go. It's very likely that Dad won't get anything good from Grandpa. It is still possible to say a few words to Grandpa through kinship, but I think it is better to be peaceful. After all, Lejun. Tian Hai Kaimingyu still half closed her eyes. Recently, Yuki will go to his brother's hotel room every night, and sometimes he will stay until the next morning. How come I don't know about this? Tian Hai Yulai was quiet for a few seconds, and then became extremely surprised. My sister is too stupid and I am too smart. July. Stop bragging. Instead of complaining about me, sister, it's better to think about how to act today and tomorrow. I gave the best opportunity to you, sister, this morning. This is what you deserve, July. Then sister tonight. It's worth checking out after all. Asterisk. Dusk soaked the sky, and the beach and ocean were shrouded in the sunset's fiery clouds. On the balcony of the 18th floor of the tourist attraction hotel, Tian Hai's Higsu visually inspected the quality of the guitar in his hand. He pressed the chords with his left hand and placed the fingers of his right hand quietly on the 5 strings. The 56th time. Reminiscing about the rhythm brewing in my heart, I played with the folk guitar and started playing music in the gust of sea breeze blowing in my face. A voice as light as a lark also spoke. Looking at the stars, thinking about the daily time spent in boredom. The relaxing melody outlines the rhythm, and Tian Hai's Higsu plays a rhythmic beat. Come on, come and hold my hand. The sight of you in front of me is dyed with brilliant colors. As the rhythm of the chords intensifies, Amamai no Snow uses her palms to slap the top or bottom of the guitar, simulating the effect of percussion on a drum. His expression remained calm. Being able to meet you is an incredible strength. At this moment, run forward. The sound is extended and flat. Stop. However, Sakaki Harasuzu suddenly interrupted Amamai no Yuki with a voice from behind. The pure white girl held the guitar and looked at Suzu Sakaki Hara, who appeared in front of her with confusion. She smiled reluctantly. Yuki, this part is in a rising key, so you should sing it more emotionally. Don't understand? Let me demonstrate it to you. Suzu Sakakihara cleared her throat, thinking about the lyrics just now, and quickly sang it perfectly according to the melody of Zyuki's song. Being able to meet you is an incredible strength. At this moment, run forward. Compared with the emotionless sound of Amami no Yuki, Sakakihara Suzu's voice is quite emotional and rhythmic. In the rising tone that gives people a relaxed and pleasant feeling, the middle part of the song gradually intensifies and bursts out in one breath, giving people with the emotions of hope, longing, beauty, and yearning. Take me with you. Go across the sky and overlook the world. Take me with you. Toward the direction of shining glory. If I can share the joy with you, if I can be by my side forever, please keep going like this. Take me with you. Towards in the unknown world, you can fly freely no matter where you are. After singing, Sakakihara Suzu cleared her throat again. Ahem. Anyway, this is how you sing it right. Yuki, how many times have you practiced this? 56. 56. If I could practice a song 56 times and still not achieve much, then I would probably give up and eat beef curry right away, right? Why does Yuki still seem to want to continue practicing well? Bell. Am I not suitable for singing? No, it's nothing, Suzu Sakakihara laughed and sat next to her. Actually, Yuki, your voice is quite perfect, really, quite nice. It's just that your singing is different from others. Others have ups and downs, but you it's mediocre. Tianhai's Higsu turned back and continued to look at the guitar in his hand. Sakakihara Suzu glanced at her profile and asked, why did Yuki suddenly think of letting me teach you how to sing? Sister Zi said, I don't have emotion when I sing, Ling can teach me. You want to learn to play and sing? That's a question, Sakakihara Suzu held her chin, shook her head for a long time, and finally came up with a solution. Well, since your voice is plain, but good sounding is your specialty, Yuki. Then you don't have to imitate me in singing this emotion. You can use your own method. You just need to pay attention to some details of the connection at the end of the voice. Let's do this. You sing the whole song for me and I'll listen to see what I can pay attention to. Good. The time came 3 hours later, 10 o'clock at night. Okay, after listening to this, Sakakihara Suzu clapped her hands. That's it? That's it? Be happy. I thought it would take at least a day to correct it. But I didn't expect that, Yuki. As long as you find your own way of singing, you can become fresh and sweet, and you can also become quite good sounding. Although it is light, it is light. Just a little bit. Thank you, Suzu-chan. No, okay, I've been playing on the beach all day, so I'll go back and rest. You want to play it for my brother, and then play it to him tomorrow. You have to continue practicing anyway, right? Then I'll go back and rest first. Good. Sakakihara Suzu yawned, said goodbye to Amami Yuki, and walked back to her room. At this moment, Tianhai's Higsu was still a little immersed in the aftertaste of the music. She fiddled with the recording on her phone, recorded the song once, and then sent it to Tianhai's using line. Give it to me. MP3/sent. The green chat bubble pops up after 10 minutes. It was Sister Zi who replied to the message. It sounds pretty good. Is this sung by you yourself, Yuki? Ling taught you. It seems that Xiao Ling is really quite good. Just Higsu, please change the title of the song. The current one is too weird. Good. Come on, Yuki, sister, I believe you. Thank you, sister. For Tianhaize, it was really a romantic thing for his sister to write a song and send it to Ale alone. But this was originally an unplanned matter, so she just suggested that Yuki play the song to Sakeki Hararaku at the right time. Tianhaizi also gave Higsu some encouragement and ended the chat. Tianhai's Higsu was on the balcony, playing and singing the song over and over again. Facing the night sky where the sunlight has receded, I played and sang the lyrics, and my mind kept thinking about the dreamy scene yesterday when he carried me on his back, rushed to the top of the mountain, and saw a whale leaping across the sea. The more I thought about it, the more this feeling rippled in my heart. Gradually, she closed her eyes. The image that comes to mind is just like the lyrics: take yourself, hold your hand, and fly freely in the air against the hurricane. Let's cross the sky together, overlook the world together, and move towards the shining direction. My heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Tianhai's Higsu suddenly stood up, turned around, and walked out of the hotel room. She came to the door of Sakaki Bararaku's room, and with the mood to share, she knocked on the door of his room as usual. But what was different from what was expected was that it was not Sakeki Hararaku who opened the door in the room. But it was Tianhai Julie Yulai who was wearing a sky blue dress. Tianhai's Higsu raised her head and looked at her with calm eyes. Tianhai Julie Yulai smiled slightly at the girl. What's wrong with Yuki? Have fun. Looking for Lejun, Tianhai Julie Yulai deliberately grabbed her hand on the door handle to prevent her from coming in. What does Yuki want to see Lejun for? I want Le to come to my room. Going to your place? Well, I'm sorry, Yuki, I'm afraid Lejun doesn't have time to go to your place now. Why? You have to ask why. I can't explain it well. In short, he is not available for the time being. Yuki. Sakeki Hararaku in the room saw the girl standing at the door, walked out, and proactively asked, it's almost time to go to bed, what's the matter with Yuki coming over? Tianhai's Higsu went to see him again and said simply, if you want Le, come to my room. Huh? Go to your place? What's going on? Cannot say. Tianhai's Higsu replied quietly. Because Sister Zi said it was a surprise, she couldn't say it now. She just wanted to play and sing the newly composed music to Sakaki Bara. If possible, she also wanted him to give her a small gift tomorrow. It's a pity. Amamai no Yuki waited for a long time, and what she received was Raku Sakaki Bara's apologetic reply, sorry, Yuki, I'm afraid I don't have time to go to your place now. Firstly, I'm going to bed, and secondly, I have to help Ruri look after her. Look at the injuries on her hands. Isn't Zayaju's injury bandaged? The bag is bandaged. Yes, Sakeki Hararaku-jin tried his best to speak as tactfully as possible. He couldn't say that he had to spend time with Liuli tonight, so he couldn't spend time with you. But seeing Yuki's look, Sakaki Bara thought it would be difficult for her to understand, so she could only say clearly. Yuki, I'm sorry, I have to talk to Liuli tonight. Tianhai's Higsu's face remained calm. What about washing and drying your hair? Well, you have to do your own work today, okay? Or you can ask a Ling to help you. The door was finally closed. In a daze, I seemed to see the smile Le showed to Xiaoju when he turned around. Tianhai's Higsu kept looking at the closed door in front of her eyes silently. Until she stood there blankly for more than 10 minutes. Then he turned and walked towards his room. Back to the empty, cold room with only the night breeze blowing. Tianhai's Higsu picked up her guitar again and sat on the balcony again. The left hand presses the chord again, and the fingers of the right hand rest on the 5 strings again. The strings pressed against the red fingertips. Dusk has enveloped the entire sea, the sky is filled with stars, and the snow in the sky and sea welcomes the summer breath sweeping over the sea. With a small and light voice, he sings softly again. Looking at the starry sky, recalling the daily time spent in boredom. Come on. Hold my hand. The sight of you is dyed with brilliant colors. It is incredible strength to meet you. At this moment, run forward. Take me across the sky, overlooking the world. Take me towards the shining direction, leave here, and be reborn. Take me across the ocean, towards the unknown world, no matter where you are. You can fly freely no matter where you are. From now on, you are my happiness. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 333. April 1st Thursday, the fourth day of summer travel. Compared with the loose activities of the previous few days, today is a full schedule of group activities. Tianhaizi and Tsukimi Sato Mishika had been discussing today's route while having breakfast at the buffet restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. Well, let me think about it. This morning, I will go to the zoo first, then to the Volcanoes National Park, then to Ise Bay on the next island, then to have lunch, and then to go diving in the afternoon. Stop. Tsukimi Sato Michikage couldn't bear to listen to what this high school classmate and colleague said. Tianhaizi put down the silver fork with bacon in his hand. What? Unreasonable. It's very, very unreasonable, Teacher Tsukimirai sighed. Xiao Zi, can you give me some reliable advice? How many places are there? You can't finish them in one day, let alone one morning. That's right. Tianhaizi actually didn't think that much just now. She suggested with a smile, how about going to the volcano park first this morning? Active volcanoes, lava caves, fumaroles, volcanic lakes, tropical rainforests, listen, it's exciting enough to get up. Our most important task is to take care of students. Okay, Tianhaizi waved his hands indifferently, we are not children anymore. We are all high school students. The more courageous children can run on the ground. As long as they don't lose the team, they all know how to do it. Protect yourself. Moreover, the volcano park has been running for so many years. Are you afraid, monk, that the volcano will erupt today? The most important thing is that you can ride horses in volcano park. Horse riding. Do you know, ride horses in the park, Tianhaizi said excitedly. I used to go to the race course a lot in France, but the place is really it's too small, and the scenery isn't great either. Apart from the lawn, there's only bare dirt. It's different here. Here you can ride a horse in a tropical rainforest. Think about that scene, it's like filming a movie. Are you so excited? That's not it? I still want to ride a horse to the beach. Tianhaizi shook his silver fork and talked eloquently. Oh, I also need to take the students with me when traveling on horseback, so that they can listen to me as a teacher. Bragging, while looking at me as a teacher with admiration. Xiaozi, among other things, likes to be pretty and show off. Otherwise, I would not drive a supercar like a Lamborghini to school when I usually come to school. Besides her, what teacher would do this? What do you think of this proposal, monk you? Yes. But what? Don't be shy. Eujian Li Daojing smiled generously, and then reminded Tianhaizi, who was sitting opposite him with a smile. Prices for horseback riding range from $60 to $150 an hour. Tianhaizi was stunned. So expensive. It's just so expensive. Expensive. Too expensive. If the price is so high, then the school's budget is not enough. But Tianhaizi really wanted to take the students to ride horses and see the scenery. She also wanted to show off her riding skills to everyone. By the way, let me teach you about this rare experience. It would be okay if she could only grant privileges to 1 or 2 people, and she could still afford it with her little money. But isn't this unfair to all students? Eujian Li Daojing glanced at Tianhaizi, who was thinking. Aren't you still thinking about riding a horse? You must. Is this necessary? Everyone is already having fun just coming out to play. What do you know, monk? Tianhaiza said with a look of contempt, if you want to go out to play, you have to go out and play the best. In the next few days, I would also like to arrange yachting, surfing, and if possible, a gliding experience in the air. Stop, stop, stop. The more you talk, the more outrageous it becomes. Then gliding in the air is absolutely not possible. It's too dangerous. Okay then, let's go horseback riding. I checked the horseback riding here last night. If you are a novice, there will be a horse trainer leading you, so don't worry. You have really planned it for a long time. Tsukimi Ridojing sighed, took a small piece of bread and put it in his mouth. Where is the money? Money. Zaizi, will you give it up? How can I have so much money? How about you pay for it, monk? I'm not the rich eldest daughter of the Tianhai family. You expect me to come out, do you expect me to strip away all the money I spent on my future marriage? Getting married? Monk, you are already so old, why do you want to get married? Why don't you show it off and have fun for a while? Tsukimi Ridokyung suppressed the throbbing veins on his forehead, it's as if you and I are not close in age. Let me think about where else I can get money. Tianhaiza struggled for a while, and finally thought of someone. Yes. Asterisk. The other side. In the room on the 15th floor of the hotel, not long after Tianhai Kaimingyu got up, she received a call from Tianhaiza. That's Ioki. What to do? Tianhai Chi Minjiao tilted her head, combed her hair, and turned on the hands-free mobile phone on the small table. Auntie, can I ask you for a favor? About money. Haha, still, Zioki, you understand me, aunt. Tianhai Kaimingyu used a wide-tooth comb to comb her flaxen hair with an expressionless expression. After all, when my aunt was cut off from her pocket money by grandpa, this was the only thing she came to see me and my sister. She put the comb on the table and made a soft click sound. The girl's expression and words seemed very unconcerned. Tell me why my aunt is short of money again this time. This time it's not what my aunt wants to buy, but regarding today's activities, didn't we arrange a trip to the volcano park? Yes, Tianhai Chi Minjiao stretched her hair back with her hands. There is a horse riding activity in the volcano park. I want to take everyone in the class to experience it, but the school's budget is insufficient, so I want to invite you, Xiaoqi. And yes, Zioki said quickly. If I guess correctly, the money for the beach villa was also sponsored by you, my aunt, right? This is it, he. Auntie, you always come up with some wonderful ideas, and then spend a lot of money that has little meaning. How come? At least the event rewards on the second day were indeed extremely generous, and everyone was crazy enthusiastic while traveling. Tianhai Kaimingyu no longer wants to say anything to her sister-in-law. Not only is she generous to herself, she often buys famous brands and cars. He is also quite generous to others. In other words, my sister-in-law is used to having money, so it doesn't matter how she spends it. For example, the bonfire barbecue party the night before yesterday was completely paid for by her own money. All the seafood, king crab, Norwegian lobster, none of them are luxury goods. You should know that except for 3 meals a day in the hotel during this trip, the school does not cover any other meal expenses. Being her student is considered a blessing. At least go out for a trip and enjoy barbecued seafood. Xiaoqi, is Xiaoqi listening? Exist. Zioki, don't worry, although the cost of riding a horse is at least $60 an hour, it can be used by 2 people and not everyone can ride a horse. I think most girls are still afraid of giving up. It can't cost you a few dollars. Zioki, the maximum cost for a trip is about $10,000. Isn't it a piece of cake for you? To me, it is indeed small money. Tianhai Kaimingyu would not argue with her aunt over this little money. Accepted. Tianhai Kaimingyu put her mobile phone to her ear, walked to the balcony, stood in the sun, and looked at the bustling urban scenery of Xiongtan City. Money is no problem, but my sister-in-law has to agree to one condition. Asterisk. Hotel buffet restaurant. It's done, it's done. Tianhaizi happily hung up the phone and happily sat back to where he was eating breakfast. Seeing her sitting in front of her again like this, Tsukimi Satomi asked curiously. Xiaozi wants the money. It's coming. It's coming. Who asked for it? Family. Don't worry about this. Okay, you paid for it out of your own pocket, so of course I don't have any objections. Later we will discuss with the leading teachers of the other two classes and organize the teams. In fact, just experiencing it at the race course is enough for them. It's been a day of fun. The teachers in the other two classes are also very young. Very easy to talk to. And even if those teachers refused, the students in the other two classes would naturally have some different emotions when they saw that class 1 was actually riding a horse. In order to make everyone feel equal and fair during this trip, several teachers had reasons to agree to this request. Tianhaizi felt his hands itching at the thought of riding a horse later. It's just a pity, Yuki. Originally, I said that I would take the opportunity of this morning and afternoon to bring Yuki and Xiao Letuo into contact. But when Xiao Qi came here, she had to give her the morning time. But that's okay. Horse riding activities are always a last-minute activity. Yuki also has diving activities in the afternoon and can form a team with a small band. And according to the current progress, Julie Yulai has been in contact with Xiao Li, so Qi Minjiao should also be in contact with Xiao Li. Otherwise, the relationship between several people will still not be balanced. Well, Tianhaizi herself believed that this kind of behavior was indeed excessive for a sister. But this is also the only way for the relationship between several people to move forward. Sorry, Yuki, sister can only sacrifice your time in the morning. Asterisk. Today, I want to play the piano for music. Today, I don't want to play the piano for music. Today I want to play the piano for music. Today, I don't want to play the piano for music. What's going on? Wearing summer short-sleeved shorts, Sakaki Harasuzu was tying up Amami Nazuki's hair while staring at her blank face in the mirror, which seemed to be thinking. What has Yuki been mumbling about since he sat down just now? When he went out to have breakfast with her just now, he saw her sitting on the balcony practicing yesterday's song with her guitar. I got up at 7 in the morning to practice guitar. I didn't sleep in, I was really diligent. If I were to change myself, if I were not on vacation during this kind of travel, I would not be able to leave the bed at 11 o'clock in the morning. How about I give you a princess braid? The kind that looks like an ear of wheat. Today, I want to play the piano for music. Today, I don't want to play the piano for music. Tianhai's Higsu was still repeating in a low voice. Strangeness. Why didn't Yuki reply to him? Sakaki Harasuzu didn't hear Amami's small murmur at all. She lowered her head sideways and looked at Amami's profile. When he saw her thinking profile, he noticed Higsu's guitar standing on the balcony, and asked curiously. By the way, how long have you been practicing the piano? Since I left yesterday, Yuki. Only then did Amami know Yuki remember that Sakaki Harasuzu was still behind her, and replied, always. What has been going on? How long has it been going on? Sakaki Harasuzu was confused. Until now. Until now. Sakaki Harasuzu was immediately shocked, and immediately leaned down to look at Amami Nazuki's side face, staring at her lifeless expression. I came to your room at 7 o'clock just now. Yuki, you have been practicing till now. No wonder. My voice sounds weak. Sakaki Harasuzu stood beside her, put her hands on Amami Nazuki's shoulders, and stared seriously into her calm eyes. Why don't you sleep at night? You need to practice. Tianhai's Higsu returned his gaze. Yuki, you don't need to practice so much. Sleep is important, Sleep is important, sleep is important. Got to practice. Are you having trouble sleeping at night? What's wrong? Why can't you sleep? Don't want to sleep. Sakaki Harasuzu asked for a long time. But eventually, I couldn't get a reason out of Tianhai's Higsu. Asked why she had to practice for so long, she replied that she couldn't sleep. Asked why she wanted to practice, she replied that she couldn't sleep. All in all, I just couldn't sleep. Sakaki Harasuzu decided to drop the issue. Are you sleepy now? Not sleepy. Liar, Sakaki Harasuzu retorted. Yuki, you must be sleepy. How can anyone not sleep without sleeping all night, especially you are very, very, very sleepy. I'm not sleepy, Amami no Yuki shook her head again, her long hair swaying gently on the back of her head, and she looked straight into Sakaki Harasuzu's eyes, her delicate and exquisite face. So cute. No, now is not the time to think Yuki is cute. Did my brother say something to you? He said that the song you wrote for him didn't sound good. It's impossible. My brother is not that kind of person. Even if it doesn't sound good, he will say something good, let alone if it really sounds good. Tianhai's Higsu replied in a low voice, I haven't heard of music yet. Sakaki Harasuzu looked at Amami no Snow again. So, are you preparing for my brother? Have you been preparing all night? Just to let him give you a gift. Yeah, I want a gift. Well. Sakaki Harasuzu wanted to sigh. She really wanted to give her gift to Yuki. To be honest, this was her fault. The reason was that Yuki saw the pile of dolls in her room and felt envious. Poor little Yuki has no one to give her any gifts. To judge by Sakaki Harasuzu, the people in the Amami family are really not cute at all. Grandpa and uncle don't know how to give commemorative gifts. The two foxes Chi Minjiu and Juliuli didn't have anything given by their elders either. All the two sisters got was money, and they were all things that their elders said perfunctorily, take the money and buy whatever you like. Aunt Zi, who studies abroad all year round and occasionally comes home once or twice, still remembers to bring back some snacks for Yuki. It's about music. Yuki is also innocent enough. She said to herself yesterday, music must be played with all your heart. Practice more, so she practiced more seriously. I couldn't sleep last night and have been practicing until now. Too simple. Yuki, please don't go to today's activities. Can you stay in the room and sleep? Not sleepy. You want to go out? Tianhai's Higsu nodded. You don't want to take the opportunity to play music to my brother, do you? I don't know when is the best time to play. This is true. Playing a song to others is very romantic. It is indeed something that requires good timing. It's just that Yuki is so concerned about this matter. Or because I want a gift from my brother. Even if Sakaki Harasuzu doesn't think about it, she still has to think about it. So, Suzuki Sakakibara, who was suspicious, asked Amami no Yuki again. Yuki, what are your feelings for my brother? Like. What do you like? Amami Nazuki was quiet at first, and then she used her little brain to think and remember. Finally, she remembered Sakakibara Raku's words, the love between the adopted brother and the adopted sister. Like, right, Sakaki Harasuzu felt reassured again. Check again, it's like, not love, right? Yet Tianhai's Higsu actually completely forgot the meaning of these two English words. That's good. Yuki would not lie, and Sakaki Harasuzu was completely relieved. She continued to braid Tianhai's Higsu's hair. Let's go. Ling Tianhai's Higsu suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Hey! What are you going to do? Come back. Sakaki Harasuzu hurried over and grabbed her. Tianhai's Higsu turned around and blinked, I'm going out to have some fun and have breakfast. Sleep, Not sleeping. Go to sleep now. Don't go to bed soon. Go to sleep. Don't go to bed soon. Sakakihara Suzu's arms drooped weakly. You really want to go out? Want. Not sleepy. Not sleepy. Are you also going to participate in today's event? Want. This is going to be difficult. Seeing that she was so persistent, Sakakihara Suzu thought about it carefully. This morning it seems that I am going to play in some very big park, and I have to take a car there. Yuki, a sleepy person, will definitely get sleepy if she sits still. Well. Take more care of her then. At worst, find a place to rest and let her lie on his lap to sleep. Who makes her his best friend and sister? Okay then, Suzu Sakakihara agreed, but I have to say it first. You are not allowed to be too far away from me, and you are not allowed to leave my sight. You have to walk on the inside, and you can always tell me if you are sleepy. Good. Just agree.